And there you're afraid of ducks.
Yeah.
You're goddamn right.
What's wrong with thinking you're a fish? You some kind of racist.
Yes.
You don't like trident?
Don't like train. Huh?
Hate trident.
Oh.
They taste awful.
Oh!
Get the gun.
They take so much longer to gut than normal fish.
Yeah, they got way more guts than fish. Because they got people guts as well as fish guts.
And then everyone got tryptophobia.
Guys, let's go get some rings of water breathing and go to the deep ocean, get some thalassophobia.
Goddamn right.
No, thanks, I'm full.
Full of what?
But first, you gotta make sure you get a whole bunch of oil that, you know, is hydrophobic and covered on your body. That way you just glide right through.
Of course. Huh. I have done XP roll.
Well, yeah, don't you have like 7 more EXP than the rest of us? Get on it.
I've currently got 14 more.
It's growing.
What's up with that?
Oh.
You cheated.
I guess.
Yeah, can we ban this cheater?
Maybe you guys cheated.
What?
Maybe you guys shortchanged yourself 7 XP.
So you're just blaming us for your own shortfallings. Typical.
Yeah, because then it's... If I don't, it's my fault, and I don't like that.
I'm gonna be honest, I think Luke might have a point. Because I'm pretty sure I remember landing on the 03 mark and I had just a little chuckle to myself that would mean that Luke actually has a 10. And then I'm pretty sure after that we got an XP that ended in a 7, so we were on the 10 and Luke wasn't. And for some reason that 10 has disappeared and we're back on the 3.
I think y'all did a good job yesterday. You deserve an extra 7 XP.
And I'm not really sure how that happened, but...
The more you know.
Here we are with 2 people adding up their XP to 50203, so...
I really don't think I did it wrong, but I won't deny it's possible.
So how's everyone's day been?
Had a giant bowl of pho for lunch / breakfast. It was sugoi.
That's good.
Did you have New Yorkers?
Negative, sir.
Ooh, Harambe. So, do we have any plan at all?
What do you mean, what kind of plan?
Go to jail, I think.
I don't like that plan.
Hi, guys.
I'm not going to jail for anything.
jail.
I'll accept community service, but I got things to do.
You're not going to jail. They're gonna put you in a jar, Nick.
Yeah, No, not the jar.
In the jar.
You're going in the jar.
I mean, there is already a bit of Ilex in a jar in that guy's lab.
Fuck. But anyways, oh, alt text. Yeah, so none of us came up with a defense plan, but I mean, to be fair, I can't really help you guys in your defense. I wasn't there for the main incident.
Yeah.
I was like, I can just be a character witness.
I think we should get some kind of brownie points for not killing anyone in the first encounter. We used so much non-lethal force. Like, I'm sure Prexon and his goons realized that if we wanted them dead, they would be dead.
I'm sure that makes him angrier that we decided to spare him.
You fucking didn't kill me, you son of a bitch. Turns into
But
one
how
of
to
those-
explain that to the judge without sounding crazy?
If we wanted to kill him, we could have.
Oh, we could easily kill them, but we didn't. Huh? We're good guys.
I see no issue.
Suffice to say, they had it coming.
I don't suppose during this recess we can illegalize the hunting of infused before continuing court.
How would you propose to do that?
Hold a mini court within our recess to get the law passed.
I was trying to come up with some loophole as to where Prexon was fucking with Davlor when he's under the protection of me.
Yeah, but that was before. That was pretty illegal. Yeah, when we met him on the road, that was fine.
Yeah, that was before he met the Resdorms, but
The what now?
Oh, he's here.
your mother.
You know how we're in court?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're figuring out how to not be in court.
I don't know how we're gonna do that one.
Me neither.
Okay.
Also, what's your XP total?
I'm gonna have to check both Roll20
I
and
mean,
D&D
yeah,
Beyond.
to be fair, everybody left before Josh gave XP last session. That was a post, like 2 hours after session. I was like, oh shit, XP?
Yeah, I went on D&D Beyond. I added exactly 500, and I am 14 ahead of you guys, not 7.
Well, I don't think it's ever going to matter. You're looking into this a lot.
Hey man, 7 XP might not matter, but 14, that's like twice as much.
Nah.
We gotta get this right.
Yeah, it's gonna matter for when he sets us to 0 XP again when we get cursed.
Oh god.
Have to go through peasantry levels before you get your adventuring levels back.
Nah. We get XP amnesia.
Hmm.
When the illithid doesn't kill you outright, but just eats your thoughts.
Okay, I like that. You could have just stopped at the cracking the cold one, like he just cracks your head open like a cold one.
Like a or like
somebody cast regrowth on you, but there's no memories there.
like an intellect devourer, but instead it's an XP devourer.
He puts you in one of those little beer cozies and just like sips on you every now and then.
I mean, old editions of D&D used to have shit that would take away your levels
Oh,
if you
God,
fail
why?
saving throws.
You
Why?
ever gotten multiple negative levels?
Oh god.
Yeah, that is actually a thing. Also, dying resets you to 1.
I think dying kills you.
No,
Actually.
I mean, like even remaking a
Or if
character.
you get revived.
Dying makes you die.
Well, if you die, you actually do get a negative level. If you
Ah.
die permanently, bring a new character, and you're level 1. There
Oh,
was,
yeah, that sounds gay.
yeah, there is no, oh, you're the same level kind of adventurer.
No.
It's called drag your ass through the fucking.
What is
door.
this? Warhammer Fantasy?
I would love it. By the way, yes, this is my XP total, 49,203.
Oh, it's me that's wrong.
Bro, you're 1,000 behind.
What, me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Last session we got 500. How are you 1,000 behind?
I don't know.
You didn't get XP for 2 whole sessions.
Damn. Wow, you guys are trying to nerf me.
I
What the
submit.
fuck?
I shall remove 7 XP.
Alright, so,
Submitted
I'm
to the
at-
court.
I'm at 50,203, is that what it's meant to be at?
Yes.
I plead guilty. However, now my XP ends in a nice 10. So, sort of winning.
Winning.
One sec, let me wait for my sheet to load.
Maybe it went in
9
the
hours
opposite
later.
direction. Maybe we had a 10 and then we got a one that ended with a 3 and it swapped it to you having the 10.
Yeah.
So
And that's what I'm
Oh.
remembering. I just got
Yeah,
the
my
order
XP
wrong.
total is even more different than Jesse's.
What's yours?
Oh no.
49,703.
What the fuck?
Oh no, that's fine.
Yeah, see, that's...
Yeah,
That's-
that means
you
you
just
just missed
didn't
your
do last
500 of last session.
Yeah, Jester missed like 2
2
sessions of
sessions.
XP.
Hi, Django. What are you doing? You're gonna lay in your bed?
He's
while I
unchained.
play
Get away from him.
Oh, no.
Not Django. It's like Django Fett, but it's Django Pet.
You hear the.
Damn, I want to say
See,
some things, but there's a purple button over Josh's
Yeah,
name.
thank you. Thank you for noticing. Some people don't.
Rechain.
Dude, I'm already on your Twitch watching.
Honestly, 20 minutes after the session is meant to start, I just assume it's there.
Yeah, let me fart at you.
Oh god.
There's the fart button.
No!
Aha, fine, button, go. Brrr.
It's not here.
But is it really TOS if it's a Django movie reference?
Yes.
Yes.
John-
Unfortunately.
I need you to take a
But
deep
anyway,
breath.
it's just a movie.
and find
a
your
reference
balls.
to a movie.
And
A
when you
really
find 'em,
good movie.
Finish the
A
fucking job.
really good movie.
God damn it.
Aha, the D is silent.
Nah,
That's
the
just over
Django.
there.
Mine isn't silent.
The Jenga.
When you get an erection, is there like a fanfare?
There's a
Yeah.
noise that accompanies it.
Audible applause.
It's not one of those like fan. So
Attack
last
on
time,
Titan theme.
after defending the castle, finally went to court. You guys are in court. Got most of that underway as you discussed the various plans of sending Rune to the Iron City, as well as Judas Lucius awaiting to see what you decide to do after the fact of court. So Rune is still within the Restorum home. It's just that he is made preparations just in case you've changed your mind or if there's something else you want to ask him before he takes it there. After that, went through the preliminaries. Obviously, a few burners back and forth here and there between Marza and all that. Getting to meet the prosecutor as well as the defendant. Defendant you are familiar with, of Scratch from the Restaurant House. And then the prosecutor of Maximilian Vermilion, being the representative of the guild, as well as basically prosecuting on the defense as well as the state and law. Verbillion, no. Because he's not Verbin. He is a dragonborn.
Beach.
That good zoom in. So, pursuing Ford. In the court case, Maximilian Vermillion had just finished with the questioning and examination of Marzal. Scrat looked to the rest of you in the matter of the court case. If there was any questions you wanted him to ask Marzal, or just let him proceed as advised.
Oh! What if we ask her, like, you really think we're that bad if we resurrected you?
Yeah, that should get us some brownie points at least.
You also could ask her about if Prexen misrepresented them as being, much more homicidal.
Yeah, we used very non-lethal force in the first encounter, and the second was self-defense, in which we only used a little bit of lethal force.
Alright. Dissolve his bones. So, with that pressed line of questioning, in the interposing question, is it just justification to label this group as homicidal or unreasonable, especially in the current second encounter? They had expended a good portion of their own resources to revivify you, as well as try to save some of the other party. And were you not one of those with the prosecutors that had been revivified? You just do see that Marza kind of grits her teeth a little at that, but just kind of nods her head mittensly. Yes, they did. And did they also find out from the rest of you that, especially with the Irving family, that you have full knowledge of gross misrepresentation of saying that they were crusading across the lands and ill-advised assaulting various other members of the guild? Yes. Just kind of rolls her eyes at that point. Would this be the first time that Prexen has filed false reports under the careful watch over Fopel's reports? No. I see. I see no more reason to examine this witness further. That you'll see Marza, a little dejected, return back to her section of the prosecutor's charge. With that, Ultan will look to the defense as all of you. Proceed with whatever witness you wish called. Scrap will look to the rest of you like, who do you want to send up there? Because Fopel's already been up there.
I mean, does everyone need to take a turn?
No.
It's whoever gets called on as a witness.
I mean,
Because I assume this is a back and forth type thing, because we're just presenting opening cases. They've gotten to call a person and give them answers, then we've gotten to question them. Now we're calling somebody up.
All
Scry
right.
will talk to them, then he'll talk to you.
So I don't necessarily need to have anything to say. I just have to go answer stuff.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go up instead of
We
Leroy's.
have no witnesses. Our eyes were closed.
Our eyes are yet to open.
I'll go up mostly because I don't want Nistra to go up.
Yep, fair enough.
They're gonna call on these three up anyways.
Not even with the brief surmise questions that I've had him answer.
We'll go after you if we need a second.
Alright.
I submit to the crystal.
Alrighty. And if you were, just for anyone's curiosity, if you were to try to resist, it would be a Wisdom DC 24.
24? Yeah, okay.
Alright. So, especially with the feeling the effects to that light, Scrat immediately proceeds with... Miss Elaine, you are quite familiar with the bounty hunter practice, is that correct?
Yes, I've known him for quite some time.
Has there been any end of harassment, even under the ward and chargeship of the Rastaram family?
Well, I will admit that sometimes I'm scared to ever leave the castle on my own, even though I should be safe.
So you would definitely label what Prexen does as antagonistic towards someone who's actually had good practice of what they do.
Antagonistic and predatory.
You do see Prexen is just kind of like digging his claws a bit into the banister. After meeting the party and other compatriots, did you not meet another, such as yourself, who was seeking the wardship and teachings of the Rastaram Monastery, as well as being able to control their abilities?
Yes, I believe you're referencing Davlor.
That'd be correct. Would you see it unreasonable for this group for what they had brought along? Did it seem like they had brought somebody truly dangerous along with them when Prexen was insistently watching this person?
In the short time I've known Davlor, he seems kind and seems like he wouldn't hurt a soul. He simply wanted to come to learn about his abilities.
And as for the rest of the compatriots that you have traveled with briefly, would you label them as dangerous or reasonable people that could be rationed with?
Most of them.
Yeah, dangerous.
Your Honor, I'd like to live vicariously through their their violent fuck.
Father, I crave violence.
A majority of them are quite well-rounded individuals. And as of recently, I would say they are all quite friendly.
So, would you say you could definitely trust them with your life in any situation?
they would be capable of doing so.
And even though there was the interposing situations for the first bar that has been in question before, as far as the evidence has shown, did it really seem like it was through violence or a means to simply interpose defense upon the second meeting?
Can you repeat the question? I didn't really understand that.
Was the second meeting a means of self-defense?
On our part, yes. We had already agreed to go with the bounty hunters as long as it were to any place other than Ripridge.
So you're not completely opposed, but just out of fear due to the fact of the guild being at the other estate of Ripridge.
Yes, it seemed quite foolish for one such as myself to willingly go to Ripridge.
And as for confirmation, it was not requested or anything else in between, as far as I understand on the report, that even some of your party members had immediately started revivifying those who had immediately tried to assail you without reason, showing extreme mercy.
Yes, it was out of pure goodwill that Leoris resurrected the ones that passed away. There's no ill intent on her behalf, I'm sure.
I have no further questions. Turns over to Maximilian Vermillion. So please tell me, Mr. Lamb, out of many of the years in your hard training, did you ever have an incident?
None that harmed any other than myself.
In the matters of knowing Brexton being antagonistic and more or less focusing on, as you had described previously, skulking and preying on those who are made out to be victims, do you feel this way about any of the infused within the city that they have escorted or eliminated as dangerous?
Yes, I do feel that many of them have been branded dangerous when they are not. A very small percentage are unable to control themselves. And I believe that if they were accepted into some sort of institution that could help them better themselves, it would be much more effective than hunting them down.
Tell me, were you there to witness the first incident of parties opposing each other?
No, at the time I was with Relax. I believe I was either shopping or at the castle or something.
So, for the second one, though self-defense, you can tell that there was definite agitation between the two parties. More than just the one of him pursuing you.
Some members of my group were upset with Prexon's use of force against the infused. And were also antagonized into starting a fight by Prexon, egging them on. I believe that's called entrapment, isn't it?
But that he just kind of looks back at Prexon like he didn't tell him everything. No further questions. With that, Altan will look to you, Elena. You may take your seat, Miss Elena.
I nod.
With that, the prosecutor will call Krillrin up to the stage. Placing his hand on the orb. Proceeding forward with the first incident that seemed to be the main antagonistic issue between both parties, as well as the obstruction of justice. Tell me, Krillrin, which of these parties was the main one to oppose you in the arrest of the mass warehouse that had many of the infused hiding out, using their elemental abilities without practice or training? Krillrin will point up towards Harbinger and History and Leors. Well, those were the main ones that I saw mostly. Well, me and him were throwing hands for a brief time. More or less just grappling as we were trying to get inside the building. Points towards Harbinger. Did you witness any of the parties interposing themselves or causing preventative measures of the arrest of dangerous infused that were not trained at the time, still practicing elemental magic? That would be the green one over there. Points in the history. For a few others, you could tell he's like trying to think about it, but you could tell Cromsteel, he's like a little bit confused of whether or not he saw you exactly, because he was more interposed with Harbinger.
What, he can't tell us apart?
Not at all.
Well. Okay.
Go ahead, roll me an insight.
Nah, I'm good.
If anyone else would like to.
I think he's stinky.
Amazing. Alright.
Thank you.
Elaine, you get the sense that he has badass eyesight.
Ah,
Dude needs some glasses.
So far as he can tell, you're two metal boys.
same person.
100%.
Now, really, someone here wearing plate mail. Like, and the third robot.
Getting history.
The green robot.
The Grobot.
One with the weird accent.
There's 4 robots here.
And the mech boy.
Looks at Leoris and then realizes that she's not wearing heavy armor, but still thinks it's armor because of the darker skin.
Oh!
God.
Josh just TOS his own stream.
Yeah.
It's just in. People with darker skin are always wearing plate armor.
They just can't see it.
No wonder I can never beat them in a fight. Let's get my ass whooped.
After this incident between the interposing parties, in the report, is it true that Prexon was disarmed by the opposing party member from the defendant's court, and his equipment hidden, dangerous equipment that had been used to hunt other infused that had ill practices on their abilities? Yeah, they ran up and took away his sword and his hand crossbow. And being the more responsible bounty hunter, did he go to retrieve his equipment first, or did he immediately go to pursue the fleeing party members? He went to collect his gear because he knew a lot of that would be too dangerous in a lot of people's hands. Out of all of these people who had opposed you, they used a great deal of magic as well. Yeah, they kept throwing out a whole bunch of spells that were making people unable to move. So, trained individuals are not only preventing the law from assistedly arresting infused or doing ill practices, but trained individuals not offering help either to those that they had found to help seek further on their training. In this second encounter, especially the antagonizing between the two, did it seem like they were adamant about being arrested and taken to court in any fashion? Yeah. I guess I wasn't really paying attention at that point. Everything kind of broke out fast. Oh. As for the party members that were unfortunately lost and unable to be retrieved, did it seem like they were attempting to bring them all back, or just Marzar? Oh, between everything, I think she was the only one that could be salvaged. I don't know if they knew Igor was there and to kill him, as well as Kamash, who kind of got digested by the short one. I'll point at Relics.
He really sees good.
Is he colorblind as well? Most people would say the pink one, not the short one.
You've seen pink
That's-
kobolds around.
Yeah, that's just her paint, man. She's a Warforged.
I'm also a Warforged, of course.
Animals, Warforged.
You're 5 Warforged and a human.
We're all Warforged.
Oh god.
Your Honor, I am a Warforged.
God damn, that's some advanced Warforged. I have no more questions, Robert. That Scrat looks like he's kind of scrambling over some of the papers he has. Anything you want me to ask this guy in particular?
How many have they hunted knowing they were not infused, just to boost their reputation?
Sure.
Bit of an oddball, but alright.
Yeah, it's a real side swing.
Will not be suited for his title.
Yes, besmirch him.
So, Mr. Krillin, how many have you hunted that you knew was not infused, just to improve your reputation amongst the guild and other? Well, I mean, there's others that we've hunted that weren't just infused. We do search for a lot of thieves and criminal organizations. So you would say that it's unknown to how many infused versus regular people that you've captured and arrested. Yeah. Would you say they all get the same treatment? Probably not.
Correct.
Why would you say that? Not everyone can explode.
I'll just say the Scrat. Ask him if they take the scalps of non-infused after they're already dead. Or do they only brag about the infused they kill?
Do you only collect infused scalps on the bounty hunts? Usually. I think there's only a few times that we've usually taken heads and such, mostly on the price of reward.
Doesn't seem like fairly similar treatment.
With the immediate assumption that this group was interposing with you, was there any patience when you were trying to get them to cease and desist their actions in the warehouse when you first met? Tried to go around them a little bit, but I immediately started fighting with that tin can there. Pressing them a bit. Why were you originally interposed with this group? Oh, Brexton said to keep an eye on them, and they had a pretty big itching feeling that something interesting might happen. Can't say he was wrong. Would that have to do with the fact of Davlor being brought back to the keep, as well as a Warforged that seemingly did not have a control rod at the time either? Yeah, I mean, that would have been a pretty coin either way. Having a new Warforged to be able to put up for sale. Do you think he took these acts of aggression due to the fact that he had lost out on a profitable situation? Probably. I mean, probably could have been like 5,000 gold for something like that. It was a fancy one too. Did like lots of art. So you already have known buyers for such things. Do you sell anything else that you take from bounty hunts and other infused? Like, per se, any goods, arts, crafts? Is there times that you have ever sold an infused instead of dealing with them? It's at this point you do see, like, Krillin is, like, almost fucking sweating at this point under this pressure line. I can't say that with full permission under my contract of what happens to all the collections that we do, that I get paid out and make sure that scalps are appropriately corrected from those who were killed. So you're not going to depose a full answer on this, and you're going to abstain from giving a full explanation to the question? Yes. But that you can already see Waltan is writing down quite a large amount on the side notes that he has up at his fucking juror's desk.
He's drawn like a little hangman noose in his sketchbook, and there's Prexon in it.
Fucking dope.
For the court, we've now uncovered an entirely different operation.
What have I missed? I had to go take a
Got him
picture
on the
of a
ropes.
fucking witness snipper. Loretta didn't prepare things when she decided she wanted to go get a reel of line for the wheel snip for the witness snipper.
Amazing.
Yes.
Basically, Scrat asked if he's ever, like, sold evidence or even sold infused themselves as, like slaves. And he said, I refuse to answer.
Yeah, in front of the truth thing, he was like, well, I don't want to say yes, so I will say maybe.
Wow.
Is it, like, within their jurisdiction to mistreat infused that they have currently got arrested? Or is that, like, police brutality?
For your knowledge, Elaine, keeping any infused alive without at least a predetermined destination, you know that many of them, if they had not harmed a person, would be sent into exile. Others who had killed people, usually immediate execution, in which those who do not fall under immediate execution is going against the law. So that does leave the other question of which ones were they selling?
We'll never know.
So them basically torturing Davlor is still within the rules.
Correct.
I just like the way I worded that last question was terrible, but like how many people do you reckon they have wrongfully and purposefully convicted of being infused for the purpose of monetary gain?
Oh.
Would you like to use that one for Prexon?
Yes, for Prexum.
Well, yeah, if he can't answer because it's in his contract, I'm sure Prexon can answer because he's the boss.
Yes. Plus he calls all the shots.
No, just call him up to the stand and ask him, "Are you bad guy?" Then he has to say yes.
I am bad guy, but that does not mean
Is your
I
alignment?
am bad guy.
What's your
Mr.
alignment?
Prexon, while looking at your character sheet, are you evil?
I cannot
Yes.
answer this question at this time.
So that's a yes.
Your Honor, I rest my case.
Krillin is allowed to step down from the questioning booth. That back over to the defense. Who would you like to call as a witness?
I will do it.
Alright.
Are you a warforged? No,
No.
Your
Wait,
Honor.
yes.
I'm 3 kobolds in a trench coat.
No, I'm a person. I'm a free forge.
Actually.
Truth. So, Mr. Cropsteel. And you do
That
see...
is my name.
You do see there's a bit of eyebrow raise between Maximilian as well as Sultan. With your own words, would you say that the pursuit of Prexin and your group on the first incident was mostly instigated due to the other circumstances and not fully understanding some of the laws within the lands here?
I would agree with that, yes.
Did they ever take the time or the moment to inform you as to the laws and the other practices here between the guilds?
No, at that time they simply demanded our surrender.
In the situational chaos of all this, did you arrive at the warehouse with the intent to do anything with the infused, and did you know if there were any infused there, or were you simply, as he kind of like scrolls through some of his parchment, like attending one of your other compatriots and making sure that they were alright?
Us arriving at that warehouse and finding infused was simply coincidence. We were there for the location, not the infused.
As this is pressing forward, Maximilian immediately stands up like, "Excuse me, Otan, Your Honor. I understand that some people believe that Warforged could be labeled as citizens if smart enough, but either way, they could easily be corrected in their memories. And they are still tools. They are programmed in such ways. This could seem like truth, but he would be entirely believing that himself."
It is true that my mind and memory could be changed, but just as likely so could yours. What is the difference?
That mine is flesh and it would require magic. Yours would require a wrench.
Actually incorrect, but continue.
And you can tell he like 100% believes that.
Well, I can't change your mind. But I stand before you as an individual, before this, Crystal, I tell no lies.
With that, you can see Altan's objection dismissed. The witness will stand as is.
I 100% believe that my mind has not been altered. If that helps.
Altan nods and proceed. Did you have any intentions of harming Prexit and his crew in the first encounter, or was it your intention to leave them be and simply depart as peacefully as possible in the chaos of the situation?
We tried our very hardest to not kill them and simply get away. We used non-lethal force.
And the non-lethal force wasn't by choice of the fact that they're officers, just simply not interposing between people that obviously nothing had wronged.
Right.
On the second meeting of Prexit, he antagonized your group. Which one of your members did he antagonize?
That would be Knee Street.
And this would be the same person that he antagonized before in the first meeting as well, correct?
Yes, a recurring theme.
Did Prexit display any racist tendencies towards our good half-orc defendant? Or would be simply abiding by peaceful terms and not making any immediate assaults upon the supposed officer?
I believe Prexit used the term greenskin. And then also committed the first blow.
So, in all accounts, definitely being the most antagonistic to a minority group, recognized by the Free States, especially of Zaka and Zrossen.
Agreed. He definitely started that fight.
In all these matters, other than the second incident which ended in self-defense, and then the realization of falsified information as to the danger of your group, was there at any point the group simply were willing to murder Prexin and his associates simply because they are in the way?
No, we would never do such a thing.
I turn the questions over to the prosecutor. That Maximilian, especially, kind of analyzing this whole situation. It's to my understanding on the earlier reports of Fopal that you were assistedly escorting a pair of people to the Rastarin family, as well as the Rastarin Prince, Zorkal. Is this true?
It is true.
For the two original compatriots that you saw arrested in the room, though possible disgruntled situation, you had decided to send them on ahead by themselves, but and found them captured by Prexen and his group. What was the emotional state of the group at that point after seeing Prexen and his group was doing their duties?
Of course, we were quite disgruntled that our companions were in cages. I think anybody would be.
Was it at this time and point that he had explained what he had done, as well as the matter of he was an officer of the law, and that it was his duty to make sure that dangerous infused were escorted and removed from public environments?
Yes, he did explain that about his job.
So even though some were negligible, you at least were informative to the fact that opposing an officer at meeting of the warehouse were fully aware of what he was trying to do and who he was trying to arrest, and not your group included.
Yes. I think it would also be worth mentioning that they decided to chase us instead of the actual infused.
Did they start pursuing you because of your interposing of the infused?
I believe so.
And especially with your abilities to be able to contain various associates, multiple people with various magics, non-lethally, keep things at level-headed. Why did you not use that on the various infused and be able to debate the situation more peacefully like you did with your first compatriots?
We might be capable, but we cannot do everything. We could not hold any of the infused there, as we were too busy defending ourselves. And also dealing with Harbinger.
Dealing with Harbinger?
He was not of right mind at the time, but I assure you he is fine now.
So you're saying that your other compatriot was malfunctioning and a danger to the public?
Yes, that is why we followed him to the warehouse, where we could ensure that he would endanger nobody. But that didn't go so well.
So, on this brief interpose as well, the fellow compatriot that you had, both of you, I assume, without control rods, roaming around, though obviously presumptuous of Prexen's prelude to this situation, of keeping an eye on you, though being rude, was accurate to the statement, as things had not gone incidentally correct.
Believe that control rods count as enslavement, and that I do not stand by.
Do you count yourself as well as your other compatriot that is of close to the same build, kind of like eyes you from across the way, Harbinger? Equal to that of the people within this city?
Of course. No more and no less.
Did you take joy in being able to lash out at Prexen and his crew in the self-defense situation after he antagonized your compatriot?
The only joy I took was knowing that my friends would be safer, knowing that he was disarmed. I took no pleasure in actually harming Prexen.
And back on the matters of your compatriots as well. Do you fully believe him to be in control and no longer malfunctioning?
I believe that Harmonger, in his current state, is very in control of himself. The issues that we had during the first incident will not happen again.
No further questions. Well done. Gestures for you, Crumps, to be able to take your seat.
Give a bow to Boltan for some reason.
Alright. With that, Maximian will call Prexen to the stand.
Yes, 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 yes.
You do see Prexen does seem unnaturally cool and level-headed for the moment as he does compose himself. Seems to keep a spotlight on himself at a level amount, but you did see that, especially between the contortions of his face and snout, when he was across the way, a lot of it was eating at him. Now, Bounty Leader Brixton. Upon your first examination of the situation, as well as Fopel's notes, the arrest of one Warforged as well as one Infused, you said that they had opposed you initially when you tried arresting them. That's right. You took measures to make sure that they would not resist, that they would follow and immediately be escorted to the outer ledges and exiled cities, allowing them to be able to live but on the outer fringes of societies where they are not going to be a danger, correct? Yes, that is where I was originally going to take the younger one that was covered with the wind scarring. The other, which was another Warforged, seemed like he would be pretty useful to many art designers and such. Even a lot of nobles might make good use of it.
Is he actually touching the orb?
Yes.
Why do people see a robot walking around and go, oh, a wild robot, let me catch it?
It's Pokemon rules, boy.
It's a person.
Is it?
Yes.
I just see a farmhand.
My God.
Hey, you don't have your owner's name stamped on you. That means you're free.
If it isn't on your
free
boot,
for the
you're free.
taking.
No, silly,
I'm
Rylax.
by the
You see a
iron pole.
farmhand with a bloody scythe and looking at you.
Of course, yeah.
Yes.
So, let's see.
Is Prexen using something to stop the effects of the truth crystal?
Well, actually, Elaine and Harger, anyone else who'd like to go ahead and roll me a perception?
Is he like got his fingers crossed behind his back? Well, I'm just not gonna try. You got this.
Alrighty. So, especially in this situation, it did seem like it. Elaine, relax. He's definitely touching it. Harbinger. He's positioned his hand perfectly to where on the image for you, it looks like he is touching it, but he's hover-handing this perfectly and calmly. Like, not fully touching it.
Oh, he's got like a millimeter
Quite
away from the surface. Wow.
I'm going to stand up. Your Honor, Brexit is not touching the crystal.
And with that, you do see Prexen just immediately shoot you like the nastiest fucking look, Harbinger.
If you give me that look again, I will do what I did before, but worse.
You trampled on him. That's not cool.
Touch the crystal.
Your Honor, surely we can get a guard to hold his hand down.
Of
I
course.
can do it if you want.
I would not have disorder in my court, bailiff. That you see one of the paladins immediately march over and not only stay with the booth, but also put his hand on top of Rexon's to make sure it's pressed fully on full weight.
I'll sit back down.
Request that Prexon start over from the beginning.
Yes, Maximilian, please, again. Upon your first meeting of the other compatriots that the group was supposed to be escorting, the Winded Fused as well as the Warforged that you had originally cited, were you performing your duties correctly, or was there other intentions? Performing my duties for the Infused, other intentions for the Warforged. Were you going to bring the Infused to the border for exile? No.
Is that like blood vein?
But that ET Maximilian is like trying to move on. After meeting the party, as well as the fact that they had claimed that these were the compatriots that were under their watch and protection, did you comply as well as inform them of the law in this situation? Yes, I even thought to get a little extra coin from the Rastrums, seeing how they were supposed to be under their protection. After that, did you purposely antagonize some of the compatriots that of this party? Yes, but that's because I'm also very familiar with the fact that I knew they would be protecting him, and he was already practicing his elemental magics illegally and should have been exiled instead of permitted to stay in the city. After pursuing the other Warforged that had malfunctioned for a time, who was the one to oppose you in the arrest of the Infused warehouse? That one right there, Your Honor, by the name of Beastry. How many times did you tell him to step aside and allow you to do your job? I believe it was about 3 to 4 times. In the chaos, there was a lot of screaming, and he insistently stood in the way. How many other people were assisting in the matter of opposing you and your compatriots from arresting those in the warehouse? The Drow, the 2 Warforged, and the Orc. The retrieval of your equipment was far more significant in the matter of arresting the other infused as well as those who were opposing justice that day. Why is that matter? These weapons were extremely dangerous. Some had sleeping poisons on them, as well as others that would prevent regenerative abilities to make sure that if we ran into those kind of infused again, that we would be able to bring them down. So retrieved your equipment that was extraordinarily dangerous to leave in the hands of the public, correct? Yes. After this, it does say that you had reported back to your guild. Acquired a few other compatriots as well. You honestly believed that, especially to be able to arrest this group, that you would require more assistance, correct? Yes. Fully acknowledge the fact that your group not only being outnumbered, but especially with skilled spellcasters, that they seemed more dangerous and possible to oppose justice again? Yes. And though antagonizing the second compatriot in an unfortunate banter between the two of wording, was the one originally interposed between you, and the cease desist orders that you gave him refused to move, as also being the same compatriot that took issue with you doing your job. Which compatriot was that? The Orc, sir. Which of these people were also the ones to hide your equipment, extremely dangerous equipment, amongst public and non-permitted officers? The Orc, Your Honor. As for the reasoning of believing the restrooms, we've already discerned that, can sway over that. But in other pressing matters of that, why did you want to hold the court originally in Ridge aside from the fact that it would be within the guild's halls? I honestly believed, especially for the many years that I've known Elaine being there, that she would try and use her power and sway with the Rasterums to probably get this thrown out before it even reached court. Did you have any intentions of lethal force with this group if they were to oppose arrest? Yes. Can you inform me as to why is that? Many of them have demonstrated extremely dangerous skills and a complete disregard for the issue of the infused, allowing them to obviously travel whenever they feel and, well, without conscious of the consequences of allowing those who practice elemental magics without training. No further questions.
Did he have a warrant for us?
100%. He showed
Did it say dead or alive?
For that, did you ever read the warrant?
Yeah.
I assume you probably would.
He
I think
made
he
us
showed
read
it to us at the start.
He did.
It does say dead or alive.
Shit.
You know,
Right. That's
you
the
know that
question.
almost all guild warrants for that are usually dead or alive unless it's like confirmed the person is non-hostile. It's just running.
Alright, Scrat. Yeah, none of this matters. If Prexon is performing illegal stuff on his own, for his status as an officer of the law would be void.
That's
Us-
the question.
Ask him how many infuse he has sold.
And how many he is accused of being accused, knowingly that they are not.
While he granted Warforged 2.
So, bounty leader Prexon. Aside from other various questions, the main center focus that seems to be the utmost concern. How many infused have you illegally sold to other parties? No, not escorting them to freedom or the outskirts where they should be. Illegally prosecuted many, saying that they were a danger, as well as how many wolf forged have you stolen or taken by force without examination of whether or not they had a control on and immediately sold. With that, you can see Prexon is pretty much sweating bullets at this point.
Fucked.
Matters that I have attended previously are far long, and they are not pertinent to this current court situation.
Not important. Irrelevant.
They bring up your morality in question and where your loyalties lie. Are you for the people that you are supposed to work for, or are you for your own monetary gain?
Go ahead and roll an intimidation there, Harbinger.
Ooh. Oh yeah.
Oh! Wow.
And especially with that, and seeing Prexon is starting to crack. You can see Ultan is. Yes, answer the question, Prexon. I feel this matter might extend further in an examination. So, I need to do a quick check. Just doing a quick check. As many of you are observing this in the court. So, as he sits there, kind of sweating bullets under the examination of this. I'm loyal to the guild, but at the same time I've lined my pockets with much wealth that should not have been ascertained the way it should have.
Illegally, you mean?
With that, you see him immediately kick the guard in the chest and immediately start booking for the back fucking door.
Oh, can I go after him?
Throw down initiative real quick, just to see.
Let's go, Barry. Oh,
God damn, son.
that's some good rolls today.
Oh my god. Holy shit.
You just...
Oh, pretty well.
We're all stirred to action by his sudden
I
count.
think we were just ready.
We just hate this man that
Right.
much.
Ready to just fucking dunk this man.
Oh, I got the lowest and I still go before him.
It really does kind of kill your court case when you try to flee the room.
Yeah.
You know, I wonder, what do his companions look like right now?
Genuinely confused. Alrighty.
I'm so glad Leoris goes before Harbinger.
The Incredible Hulk is gonna chase him down the street.
I mean, you're just gonna grab him, right?
Right?
Yeah, but we should leave that to the guards.
Alrighty. So
Friend unto Harbinger, what is Harbinger's?
he would have only got the
Harbinger, they took our weapons at the door. How will you attack him? Lord.
Oh no.
Oh no. Our weapons.
Let's see. I need to get new music. Keep adding more.
Oh, no, sad music is fine, because it's going to be a sad fucking end for Brixton.
No, play the Benny Hill Chase thing.
Yes.
You know what? There we are. Alrighty.
Very good.
So, with all that going on, the Bailiff's immediately going into full chaos. Sultan just looking very shocked. Maximilian looking very depressed and annoyed at the situation, and just kind of closes all the folders and such that he had and just sits down in his fucking chair. Looks really pissed off at Scrim.
I wish I had sunglasses right now.
With that, Leoris. Oh yeah, he rolled.
Yeah. I'll leap out of my seat and just key point dash so I can cut him off.
Alright.
Unfortunately, I do not have a material component for spells right now, otherwise I would hold first.
You don't. Oh,
Need that spell focus.
oh, is it your
My
sword?
focus is my sword.
Oh, no. Well, Harpenter's gonna kill him.
So I'm making sure he can't leave instead.
With that, just gritting his teeth, getting ready to fucking full dash more. Harbinger, you can tell it looks like he's intent to try and just fucking shoulder tackle Leroy's out of the way.
Oh. Well, it's a good thing I'm gonna shoulder tackle him. I'm gonna try to get behind him. How far away is he?
Effectively with the full dash, he would be 60 feet from where you're at.
Oh, that's fine. I full dash to get it behind him, and then I action surge. And
Blocking the door.
yeah, and then I'm gonna athletics check him to you know what? First of all, he is trying to go that way, so scary echo comes out, blocks away, and now I'm gonna try to grab him. Yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah, they've definitely got him.
This. Okay. The other echo, while I'll grab his, like, by the back of his throat, is gonna just, like, sweep his legs out.
Yeah.
As I just slam him to the floor, and we both pin him.
Just immediate to the ground. Just absolute fucking chaos. As you see, Ultan is just beyond furious that his court has devolved into this extreme fucking chaos.
Move a muscle. I dare you.
Oh.
I'll do to your legs what I did to your arms.
Too bad for you. You're never gonna know what happened to all your brothers. See there, you fuck.
I have none.
It's not what they told me.
And with that, the bailiffs immediately on Ultan's order. Arrest that man! Get him out of my court! Immediately fucking charging up on this man. Fucking shackles at the ready. Easily enough, you are surrounded by 6 paladins.
Oh, if they want to arrest him, I'll let him.
Oh yeah, they're full fucking arresting him and dragging him out.
Echo will slurp back into me.
Alright. With that curious state.
Elaine's just gonna lean forward in her seat. Let's see. Looks like pretty damnable evidence to me, Ultan.
Indeed it is. There's still other matters that need tending to. But as for the higher prosecutions, the situation will be immediately dismissed. Though, in the minor form, there will only be the smaller charges of obstruction of justice, and that will be the worst of it. As for the other matters and situation, obviously, due to the circumstances that have been uncovered, the rest of the case is dismissed.
I personally would like to know what he was doing with the Warforged.
You will be able to ask him questions further in the jail.
Reasonable. Thank you.
Though unfortunately, with the obstruction of justice charge for the others, the smallest I can do would be about 500 gold in fees that you would have to pay. As for the others, completely dismissed for the second charges, as well as assailant of other guild members that were involved.
Is that a 500 gold each, or for our group?
500 gold each.
Ooh, yikes. Can anybody not pay that?
That's just for you four, right?
Yeah.
I can't pay that.
I gave you your money. You should have money.
Yeah, I have no money left.
Yeah, it is just for
that money.
It is just for the first floor. It would be Leoris, Knee Street, Cromsteel, and Harbinger.
Yeah.
It would be on the first charge of actual obstruction of justice. So 2,000 gold total.
Right.
You can have my 357 remaining gold.
Where did all your money go?
Sign of good luck.
Oh, yeah.
That's not very good luck.
Hey, I don't know about you, but I rolled some pretty good luck rolls today.
Yeah. Alright.
Normally it's like 3s and 4s, but it's been 19s and 20s.
Can you look at Nistree's sheet? Does he have enough?
I don't think he's bought anything last session.
I don't think he did.
Don't think he had.
And the rest have no money?
Oh yes, after restocking on the diamonds that I used to heal Marsa.
Okay.
I no longer have money.
Knee Street does have 2,000 gold.
Oh, thanks, Nistree. You're such a pal for covering for Leoris.
And I can't believe he'd be like, he's so good.
What a
Donating
good
his money to
boy.
the cause.
And totally didn't bully Prexon maliciously.
We're not going to talk about that, because there was more than one person who did that. One more than the other.
No.
To be fair, he bullied a group member first. We just counter-bullied.
Counter-bully. Hell.
And see, now the bully hunters spring into action.
Bully hunter.
They've broken the man's arms.
The bully beaters.
Let's counter bully at 3rd level.
Alright. Well, the Irving family is beyond ecstatic.
Okay. How much does Harbinger need to have the 500? I'll pay the remainder for you.
I have 357 gold.
So that's 143?
Yes.
Okay, I will give you that much.
Woo! I am now broke.
Congratulations.
It's a good thing I don't need to eat, drink, or sleep.
Yeah.
Man, room and board is really cheap and you don't have to do literally anything.
Yeah, it's like, we're like Bender, we just go and stand in a closet and turn off.
Yeah.
It's like, hey bartender, can I sleep in the corner of your bar if I clean these tables for a little bit? Like, yeah, sure.
That's literally what happened in the first tavern.
Pretty damn funny.
They stood in the corner and watched things. And the owner was like, sure, I guess you can go in the place.
It's not like there's anything to steal.
Well, no, we then got attacked by paper, so you know.
Alright. So, obviously, before leaving the city, you'll have to pay your debts.
Just deducted the gold already.
Alright. So,
Is that fine?
with the 2,000 gold total fine, because the 500 for each of you. Other than that, you could see Krillrin and Marza look fairly upset at the outcome, but also more or less surprised at Prexon being dragged out. They'll push you to head out of the court. You see that Maximilian will actually come over to Scrat. I actually did a good find there. It's a shame you spend more time at that castle. You'd be a better defender than an assistant. With that, he'll offer Scrat kind of like a victory cigar. Which Scrat won't turn down. He'll take it. Kind of nods to the rest of you, and we'll head out of the courtroom as Sultan finalizes all the papers and finishes out all the bounties.
We won!
Yeah, you guys rolled fucking really good for the situation.
I knew something was wrong when he was answering a question, and it wasn't bad.
Yeah. That's why I asked the second you walked up. I'm like, is he touching it? You're like, yeah. I was
I
like,
didn't realize you needed to touch it. I thought it was just to stand next to.
Yeah, I thought it was just when you were standing in the booth and talking, it decided if you were lying or not that you had to put your hand on it.
Touching it, which is why they have you touch it, gives that DC 24. Just standing in the area makes it extraordinarily easy to resist, as it would just be like an old paladin spell. Which definitely icing on the cake. And that's why it's cool as a cucumber when he did it.
Fair
I'm
enough.
surprised the bailiff doesn't press your hand onto it, considering that, you could just hover hand it. Like, it seems like a very easy step to take. Just, alright, bailiff, push his hand onto the
Yeah,
crystal.
you nearly got away with it,
well,
too.
they don't expect most people to be able to resist spells.
Exactly.
Yeah, but he's like an elite bounty hunter.
Yeah, but they
If anybody's
trust
gonna
him.
resist, he would.
Didn't trust anyone in the court.
Yeah, that's not how a court's supposed to work.
Welcome to Fate.
Not even the judge.
Old Tan just looks at you like, try it, fucker.
What's that, Brexton? Have I got to find you, you little bitch? Break into your jail cell? Break all of your bones until you tell me what I want to know? Make you beg for death?
Harbinger, please. We're supposed to be good boys.
No!
Please.
Actually commits assault.
No!
Well, now you can just excuse crimes by just saying somebody else has your control rod and told you to do it. I didn't mean to break all his limbs. Somebody just used my control rod.
Yeah, what if I take Harbinger's control rod and he takes mine? So he commands me to use his control rod to make him do harm.
Oh.
Stop.
No.
So we're free to leave the city once everyone's paid off their debt?
Yes. Everyone's paid off their debt.
I'm going to go find Brexham and ask him where he's sending those Warforged that he, illegally arrested and sent away. Actually, no, before I do that, I'll try to ask his companions. See if they know.
Alrighty. Actually, let's see. As you are seeking out his companions and such, you do see pretty much shit was about to go sideways. Just Prexin was arrested.
Which one was Krillrin?
The muscly dragonborn.
Oh.
One with a bad sight.
Nah, he seemed like more of just a henchman to me. Yeah, they work for the bad guy, but, you know, the lesser evil.
Makes you bad.
Automatically makes him evil.
He can have a second chance.
No.
No, okay. In fact, they deserve less chances. Execute them.
Exactly.
Alrighty. So, as you find Marza and Krillrun, you do see that they kind of give you a bit of a side eye as they were trying to head down the street towards more of like the bar areas.
Just a moment of your time, please.
I don't know what the fuck you're gonna want.
I harbor no ill will towards you. Would you be able to tell me where Prexen was sending those Warforged?
I would if I could.
I appreciate the thought.
No, I mean, I would if I could.
Oh, you are under contract.
Something like that. Does involve some writing. Go ahead and roll me an insight.
Yeah, this feels like some magic contract. That's very good for me.
100% some form of magical contract that he's afraid to break. You kind of get the feeling that that's probably why Martha has been usually very mum on many of her own words.
Are you okay with this? Do you need rescuing or something?
A lot of people make deals they're not very happy with. Mostly on money that they need at the time.
Would you prefer I leave you be then?
Not being rude, but be preferable. I got my own issues to fucking sort out. Though.
That's fine. I will go ask Prexen.
If you're looking for any good spots to look around for a vacation, Zaka is a pretty ideal area.
Is he, like, winking at me?
Definitely on the nose and out of nowhere.
Okay. Writing that down. Be well in your travels.
Same to you. Stay out of Warren Thos. They'll fucking steal you in a heartbeat.
was getting that vibe. Getting that vibe from a lot of places.
Let's steal the rims right off your war.
Oh,
My legs!
okay, I go rejoin the party.
Get back, able to inform everyone of the curious circumstance. So, as this is carrying on, you do see Scrat with the little victory cigar tucked into his little vest pocket. Not gonna lie, that definitely wouldn't have gone as well if it wasn't for your help. Also, a very good catch on your part, Harbinger.
I didn't trust him.
Thought he might try something like that, but from where I was sitting, it looked fine.
Makes me wonder how many times he's actually done that. Obviously, come back anytime you want, but I'd imagine you have a lot to plan out. Obviously, you have your, the other forged friends that are waiting to get things underway quite eagerly. Should I tell them to move forward with some of the things you planned originally, or just kind of wait till you get back to the castle?
Whose plans?
I think they're talking about Junis and the other ones.
Plans to send Rune to the Iron Kingdom for analysis.
Plans to send him to super prison forever.
I mean, I'd like. Tell him to wait.
Alright. Definitely going for a celebration at least tonight. Wasn't really expecting to be winning against one of the meanest fucking prosecutors in all of Zonwell.
Is he now?
I mean, it's what he's practiced.
That name, Vermilion, is he someone important?
Oh, he's the fourth in line.
Ah.
Fourth. That seems quite low.
I mean, if you're looking at royal terms, sure, but how many other siblings do you think you're gonna outlive at the fourth in line?
No idea.
His body count is far more exponential than you would imagine.
In cases-wise, right?
Well, I mean, of course that, but also being a prosecutor, he is prosecuting people for execution.
Yes.
Thankfully.
Be interesting to see what happens if he takes the throne.
Only good things, I'm sure.
I don't think anyone would want him on the throne. Thankfully, he's not one for Zonwell, it would be for Creekmont. Of course, the Vermilion family is an interesting history, to say the least. don't have an army of Warforged at the ready all the time with being trustworthy with people.
Scrat, is this something that I, Chromesteel, should be concerned with?
I don't know if you really want to go there. Like, obviously you've been there, but like going into politics in that situation, especially for how many guards that they have that have been converted from normal guard to Warforged guard. There's a lot of curiosities, a lot of propaganda. I mean, they're pretty good, but overall they still have their own prominent issues between everything that they're doing. And they still have the vermilion statues of the dragon that made the city. A lot of people are still pretty paranoid about that.
The statues?
Yeah. A lot of people haven't been able to confirm what kind of wards they are, but they're there in case something happens.
Uh-oh.
That's why a lot of people don't really want to try even sieging Creekmount. Otherwise the dwarfs would probably immediately land on that shore and cut through, especially on that section. Borderell already controls a good portion of the Gulf, and Gomdrim's always constantly pushing the border, but finally made some forms of peace a little bit between them and Aelburn. Have the in-between cities, but there's still a lot of high tensions there. A lot of people in that city are mostly on the factor of being in constant war.
This country is crazy.
I thought only the elves were insane.
Oh no, the dwarves are something else. They're constantly building new siege engines all the time.
I have very little experience with dwarves. Not a lot of them in Lestrana.
Yeah, they got a pretty prominent kingdom. At the same time, if anyone were even foolish enough or crazy enough to try and attack them at their home, they would probably get scorched out or burned out or, oh, never mind that, just crushed out by some of the size of the cannon fire that they have. Imagine the top of a mountain.
Why do they need such big siege weapons? What are they fighting?
Well, previously dragons.
This country has crazy dragons as well. Good.
Oh, there was the Great Worm that they originally kept staving off. The ones that the Rastrum family had finished off, but thankfully no longer lives.
Oh.
Well, according to our map, if we ever need to get up there, apparently an Underdark tunnel lets out up on their island. Well, it's not really an island, but you get the idea.
Well, that'd be interesting. Though then again, I can't imagine going through the Underdark near there would be very pleasant.
Yeah, actually, now come to think of it, they'd probably be defending the other side. Not like it's secret.
Yeah, lots of underground traversing. Constant mining. Though, definitely say at least the king seems to have started seeking a little more peace with this situation. Though I think that was mostly out of fear of the Razdarim family finally taking a seat of power. It steals all the Warforged. That's where you go to Borderell. You fucking find the Dwarforged. Ah! So, that. I'll be able to cover more of that if you're interested later. I'll go tell them to hold off on some of the plans. Be waiting for you back at the castle.
You know what? A history lesson of this land would probably be a good idea for me.
I'd be more than happy to. At least like the Cliff Note parts.
Yeah, it could always be useful.
Yes, could I have it in a written down format?
I'll have to scribble it down on a scroll for you.
Thank you. No.
At the beginning there was Pangea, and then the dragon meteor struck, and it shattered the lands. The dragons and elementals started taking off. That's how Abby and Toril were made.
One sec. There we go.
Alright. So, with that, you do have a time. You're still at the main courthouse in Zonwell. You know that Prexon has recently been arrested. A good portion of his stuff has been taken away from him just to make sure that he cannot escape. Going to pursue the questioning or going to pursue other avenues in the situation? Especially with what has been recently mumbled to you, Harbinger.
I will question him and bring anyone who would also like to talk to Prexon.
Yep.
Come along, friend.
Talk.
I'll come listen. Let's go.
Alright.
The leg bone's connected to the shoulder bone. What? That's not.
It will be. It will be.
So, as you enter into the main jail, can see it's one of the main holding cells that they have here at the courthouse. Obviously, not one of the prisons that they hold people for an extended amount of time. You can see him pacing back and forth, just trying to very obviously think things through. I need to get the message out. I need to do this. What the fuck do you want?
Oi, you.
Yeah, me. The
Want
guy
some answers?
I can't imagine why.
The Warforged you captured. Where were you sending them?
Considering how hard I've been fucked recently in the current circumstance, I don't feel like answering things.
Is he like behind bars right now?
100%.
There's guards watching us, surely.
Oh, definitely. Like, they just took
Yeah,
us stuff. There's a few paladins nearby.
Oh, and don't just throttle him.
Detect thoughts. Level 2. And I will instantly try to pry deeper into his mind.
Alright.
Because I don't care if he knows. So to be a wisdom? Wait, where is it?
Wisdom saving throw?
Wisdom saving throw, DC 17.
Pretty good.
As you try and force your way through, you just hear a cacophony of noise. Need to find out, get answers. I need to send a message. And then, unfortunately, just kind of gets clouded out because he rolls a 23 for his wisdom saving throw.
Damn.
Just kind of glares at you. It's a damn shame I couldn't fucking get you to that side.
Yeah, we get it, you're an asshole.
Selling them to Warrenthos? Seems unlikely.
I try again. But if he does know, he can fight back even if he fails, which will be a contested int check.
Fight back. Can he read your thoughts? You know reverse it?
No, it just ends the spell.
Alrighty. So, for that, as you are digging into his thoughts, you got an 11. You start to see a little more clarity. You hear subtle wisps of Zaka, Warrenthos, send round to buy more. What else are you digging for? Since those are the Warforged concerns.
Yeah, did they... We know they sold Warforged. Did they sell any infused? Or was it just... Just the old executing them and exiling them?
As you do pry deeper, you get subtle hints of conversations. It sounds like fragments and memories of him talking to Krillin as well as Marza. Krimish was an after-ad, but Igor seemed to be one of the main tie-ins and also the messenger. Fopel was remaining, unfortunately, ignorant as all of these happenings. He was always away, giving his report to Ripridge or other locations of messenger crows. Though you do get the hint that some were sent to the town of exiles, those who were not significant in the strength of their infused powers. Those of the utmost significant, some were immediately executed, just due to the fact of how dangerous they were and unstable. But you do pick up there are notes that others that were going to Ripridge and then beyond, towards the mountain ranges in the forest. Same continental region of Zaka and Throssen, as well as a few other that seem to be bought by other Warforged.
Oh.
He seemed to be dealing with multiple parties at all times, whoever was closest.
Can I try to get a clear picture of the Warforged that he sold them to?
Go ahead, and he's going to try an intellect fucking check you.
Yeah, contested int. My int isn't very good, so he might win.
So especially starting to feel that point of like you're weaving through his head. He got a 19 as he manages to start pushing you out of his thoughts and starts becoming more chaotic. Again, just thinking back and forth like the contract to guild, and then thinking of like randomly between various parts of his training, and then weirdly enough you start getting other brief flashes of things that you're not looking for, what looks like fire and then water and then something of like earthen spikes. It's almost like basically being bombarded with almost the same kind of level of like a seizure-inducing thought.
Okay. Your mind betrayed you, Braxton.
I'm sure. There's a lot that's always going through my fucking brain.
You'll need to think extra hard to get yourself out of this one.
I'm sure I could find something to dig up.
In the courtroom, you said something to me. There were ones that called me brother. Who were they?
How do you think I got this title?
Think I went around by myself? You were really useful, you know.
What?
Not far, right? Stratham? That's where you settled?
Where I was found.
Oh, so you weren't awake then?
No.
Sounds like a shame. With a few of the friends that I was currently selling to, occasionally kept sending out a few shipments. They had a lot of use for it. Of course, there's a few that I needed your help on. Obviously for your speed, be able to take people alive.
I think I understand.
All things that they used me for.
Yep.
You were the best bloodhound, you know that?
Anything else to add?
Yeah, she would be probably worth about 50,000 gold to them.
Is he looking at Elaine?
100%.
Uh,
Gestures towards her. And a little snide fucking grin.
I look up and like fan myself, like, oh, I'm so valuable.
Yeah, wow, Lane's pretty valuable.
wasn't I only worth 5,000? You son of a bitch.
But you can't do very much magic.
Only reason for that, my metallurgist friend, is you have brute strength and divine magic. She has what they're looking for. Trained, capable, controlled, elemental magic.
Oh, praise me more.
It'd be so easy if you weren't constantly fucking watched.
Tell me, Braxton. Do you feel safe in there?
You can tell he's eyeing you up and down pretty thoroughly, Harbinger. I think I'd feel safer in here than if I were traveling with you again.
Gonna stare the shit out of him. As my echo will through the bars.
Just fucking.
I ask you again. Do you feel safe in there?
Just back up to the wall, like both hands out while they're still shackled. Like, fuck no. You're just as fucking murderous as the day I remember you.
Have you anything else to tell us.
At the same time, you see like a few of the paladins like nearby, kind of like watching with caution. Sure. Both you and I met in Providence.
Providence.
Yeah. Well, then again,
That sounds familiar.
you might have a hard time getting there.
Why?
I don't know if you were going to try and walk there. You would either have to go around the entire edge of the mountains or go straight through Warrenthals.
Do you know who Mentor was?
I mean, the guy who was hiding is something else to keep you coaxed.
The very same.
Yes.
That's pretty familiar with him. He likes his infused. Kept ranting about them being the most useful, providing the most capability. I honestly couldn't tell you what the fuck that meant. After a while, he just kind of stopped showing up. All the Warforged that he originally would pay me to free them and send them on their way. Eventually, they stopped showing up. I went to go to the town of Exiles and sell to the elves on the edge of the border for a while. Funny enough, a lot of the rest of them had helped me out with some of the ones that I had captured.
I've not enough. I'm gonna pull back my echo.
See all the paladins kind of relax for a bit there. Really is a shame.
What is?
The fact that you aren't hunting people like we used to anymore.
That wasn't me.
Also, he is still hunting. But just one.
Guess that much hasn't changed then.
They will answer for what they did to me.
I don't know about that part. Then again, I met you when you were like this, but a lot more confused.
Ask him what you want. I'm done. I'm gonna leave.
I ask that you stay away from us if you ever get out of here. And then I leave.
Have a nice night, Brixton.
You too, fire bitch.
Subtle spell, fireball.
They'll never know.
If I had like timed fireball, that would work.
That would be fucking hilarious. Though all the paladins might be a little upset.
It'll be. We have some business with Rune.
Yeah, go condemn him to his eternal magical prison.
I thought we somebody asked to like keep him here for a bit longer. Did somebody have a question?
What? No, I just wanted to be there when he was teleported away.
Oh yeah, sure. Let's do that. To the gay zone.
So,
Do not pass go, you not collect $200, go straight to jail.
proceeding back to the Festering Castle. Do you see that Rune is still kept, thoroughly watched by Otmon and Bailey? Junos Lucius has prepared everything else, just keeping it at the ready. You can see that he's made the teleportation circle in the courtyard for the moment. Shintri, as well as the other Drow, seem to be discussing a few things with the other monks and other soldiers there as well. I wish I had my voice changer. I see that everything is full ready. Now we sending him back to the Iron Kingdom for thorough questioning.
Yes, where he may be held under secure guard.
Then let us proceed underway.
When do you think you will return?
Considering it has been only the day, probably would take me a matter of 4 hours to make sure that he has no definitive way to escape captivity.
Very well. We will be here for the next 4 hours. You wouldn't need to scry on me again, would you?
No. This would remain here for a short duration until I return.
Alright.
With that, you do see Rune has been appropriately shackled. Tries to resist as best as he can. But especially with that, you can also see that Lucius has also made a muting gag for a Warforged in a way. So he would not be able to use his spells in the current circumstance. Vocal, somatic.
Ah, yes. Welded his mouth shut.
Think of kind of like a magnetized faceplate that mutes people.
He plugged in a USB drive with some spamware on it. He keeps getting pop-ups, so we can't say anything.
So with that, he'll use telekinesis to carry him, bring him onto the circle, and forcefully just gone. As you see the lights immediately illuminate for a moment. See a brief flash of the destination in mind. Definitely seeing the reverberating moments of almost like a mirror shell bouncing off the light as it teleports up towards the Iron Kingdom. The iron structures and the metal plating of the walkways of where he's destined to land.
Ooh, is it like a big steampunk land?
100% that.
Nice. Did A3 and A4 go with him?
A3 and A4, Bailey and Otwin, have remained behind. Just to make sure that if need be able to effectively make another teleportation circle for him to return to it.
Fair enough.
Alright.
Well, did you all want to get drinks after that court session? Find a nice tavern?
Yeah, let me just go fetch all my stuff that I left behind. I think most of us are unarmed at the moment.
Yeah, I should probably go grab Uzi.
Oh, yeah.
What's Uzi doing?
Munch, Bailey, would you like to join us?
I would be delighted. As would I.
Alright, Elaine, you know the most about Zonwell? Where's the best tavern?
That would be, checks notes, because I wrote this down about 2 sessions ago. Something about dragons.
Red Dragon Inn?
No.
The wench thought that was her tip.
My money! Imagine you leaving your wallet and that card gets played. No!
Gambling, I'm in.
I didn't write it down, but it was dragon something.
What's that up your sleeve?
It's usually something I would write down.
This is true.
Well, if you didn't write it down, then I guess the tavern doesn't exist.
Put an explosive coin in the pot.
I mean, you guys are all poor, so the place I suggested is not going to work for you.
I'm not drink or eat anyway.
Yeah, half of us aren't going to drink, so...
I'm not poor, excuse me.
Neither.
Then pour me another.
Ah,
Wench, bring another round for me and my friend.
Okay, the Sapphire set is a pretty shit restaurant. So I refuse and invite them to meet us at the Branded Dragon.
There you go. Alright.
sounds good.
Especially heading towards the Branded Dragon. You do see, heading in that direction, as well as Shintri and everyone else will kind of tag along for the time, asking, how did the court situation go? It seems to be going extraordinarily well.
About as well as it could have gone, with 4 of us having a 500 gold fine.
Oof. Then again, I guess that beats being flayed.
At least we are not in a cell.
Seems like the punishments here are a lot less severe.
I thought we already told Break. And everybody else thought we just rescheduled to the next night.
Well, we said we'd reschedule until we're available. And we wouldn't know when that was, because we might be in jail.
True. That time is now.
Alright. So. As you are all collectively gathering together, quite a large party at that, heading down the mainstay road of the Zonwell city centers. Alright. And Elaine going to bring break as well.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Do see that the Engineers Guild is a bit smoky today. Somebody was testing something that has obviously had a catastrophic failure and has just filled pretty much most of the barn and stable areas with just absolutely foul smelling brown fog. It's easy enough to find break. Be able to get her away from her studies as she's excited to see you. Especially on the invitation of going to the Branded Dragon. Well, immediately drop what she's doing and go with you.
That's apparently too much to handle.
Too much.
Yep.
Can't handle it.
Assassination.
That's just math.
Would you like to murder?
Yes.
Oh no.
No.
So, heading down the Maidway, aside from the various carriages and kind of snubby-looking people that you do see, some walking around with much more refined clothing and equipment, others that are fairly clean, it is just as eerie as these streets are almost as clean as the Restrum estate, and it's just odd to see that. And when you finally come upon the area where you see the few eateries that are more for the prevalent of coin, you do see a extraordinary looking sign of what looks like a dragon that was probably sleeping, and someone who there's kind of like a disembodied hand holding a branding iron that put their logo on the thigh of the dragon, and there's just a very disgruntled looking dragon in that direction.
That's a great brand.
That's pretty amazing.
They have the same branding iron at the bar to brand people who are sleeping.
Oh no. So, as you enter into this fine establishment, especially with welcome you widely, you can see it tiers through multiple floors, all the way up to a 4th story. It's probably one of the tallest eateries, as well as finer shops here. You can tell that people obviously buy various things between drinks, plates, and dinette sets from here. But they very happily welcome you in, and let's see how many are there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7.
Thankfully, half of us won't need anything, but it's gonna be a pretty bad bill.
About 13 of you.
We've got hundreds of golds.
Yes.
We'll be fine. And yeah,
Oh my
half
God.
of us are not going to eat.
All the drow are gonna be like, this is normal food, right? We just eat as much as we want.
Yeah, I like 5 lobsters and 2
Yeah.
bottoms and 5
Oh,
Swiss
yeah.
whiskey.
Yeah, what's a lobster? I'll get 5 of those.
Yeah,
I'm going to have one bite of each of them and then throw them away.
We're gonna make a tavern contest. 100 gold to the man who can take off my helmet.
One of the drow just like shadow steps behind you and just plucks it off your head. No!
Takes off the crown.
Oh fuck! I gotta go.
Oh shit!
Your head just does a 180 and you grab him from behind.
Like a fucking owl.
Yeah.
The arms just like invert backwards and grow.
Oh,
Yeah,
man,
that's a
just
completely
see my echo
unexplored
coming
element.
out.
Warforged should be able to rotate their head all the way around like an owl. Like, why wouldn't you do that for your soldiers?
It's true.
Yeah, seems like a pretty easy thing to design.
Why not just make their eyes go all the way around? So you don't have to
Yeah,
move your head at all.
Why would that work?
Just have like a grid that your eyes
360 vision.
horizontally on your head. Yeah.
Yeah, they got wheels on them. Bzzzt.
What?
The eyes move, not the head.
Yeah,
Like
it
an
is actually a lot more
idea.
efficient.
What?
Why do robots
like-
even
like-
have heads? What the fuck?
Like eye stalks?
They should just have like a fisheye lens on top of their head.
Robot islands.
Google Maps car.
Oh, that.
No, I've got it. Hang on.
The Warforged Google Maps car is driving by.
I mean, being humanoid in appearance helps them, like, fit in.
But you aren't trying to fit in. You're supposed to be a soldier.
I am trying to fit in. I'm a people.
Well, no, but the point is, it's like the Warforged were originally designed to be soldiers, not designed to. I've made you my perfect soldier to look
Function
like a
over form.
person.
Yeah, it may be Warforged, but I'm
Warforged.
not designed to fight in a war.
But aren't you fighting in a war right now?
No, I'm trying to be political.
I see.
No wonder
Notice
no
how
one
I'm
likes
not,
you.
like, making a trebuchet outside of Zonwell.
You pull him out in Blade Warband and be in assembling your siege camp.
Yeah, if I was here for war, I would have heard that the Razdarims have Warforged slaves and I'd be like, right, making a trebuchet.
So, as they lead you into the branded dragon, you can see the logo in various locations, even on whiskey bottles that they particularly have. All with gold embellishings or silver and such. You can see as they lead you up to the second floor, just for the earlier entryways. And it's also one of the more open areas, but you can also see they have the extension partitions where obviously much more elegantly designed, some more floral and others that are more just eloquent like other ballroom designs, more art flora and fauna than deco. The marble lined floors are durable and tough even under the weight of the Warforged feet. Don't budge a single inch. As well as the very sturdy chairs and everything that you have. You can see that one, especially for your shape, Harbinger, even sets out various pads to be able to protect the chair from your pincushion body, as well as give you something to actually sit on.
Yeah, it's like a protection.
See, why can't everybody be like this?
As for the menu that they have quite a large menu between roasted cod, dried lentils, and a good side of cider, which is recommended with it. The other one, which is braised duck with nutmeg, poached eggs, and a glass of wine on the recommendation. Steamed duck with clove and poached eggs, as suggested, a glass of rum. The other one, if you're going for a smaller snack on the side, is they also have a collective of boiled eggs and seasoned fried sweated onions, as well as a heartier beer that's dark. steamed pheasant with coriander and poached eggs, recommended with a glass of whiskey. Or roasted crab with saffron and poached eggs with a nice glass of rum on the side. As well as the other ones that you can tell are on the more expensive listings of baked phoenix eggs as well as dried figs suggested with a line. The steam partridge and poached eggs with a glass of whiskey. Steam or grilled dragon steaks with blue cheese as well as suggested for a glass of whiskey. And as well as braised phoenix and fig pie with a glass of brandy.
How the fuck do you braise a phoenix? This is the medieval era. We aren't concerned with sustainability in our meals.
But like, you'd eat like 10 phoenixes, and then there'd be no phoenixes left in the world.
Well, whose problem is that? Think of the dodo bird. They were delicious and slow. Now they're gone.
Yeah, that is a very good point.
I want to eat a phoenix. Seems very on brand.
All right.
I want to know who supplies the phoenix.
They won't reveal their supply.
Brings us into question. Meanwhile, Arclight Phoenix on the boat that originally scorched the deck.
How much is it for a phoenix egg?
For the baked phoenix egg with dry fig, that will cost a grand total of 1 gold.
Oh.
What?
It's small.
I was expecting way more.
It's like 10,000 gold, honestly.
Well, I want to eat some phoenix.
All right. So, Elaine will be having the phoenix. Anyone else interested in a meal?
The crab.
Alrighty. The roast crab with saffron with roasted crab with saffron and poached eggs, as well as a suggested of a glass of rum as well to join. Would run you about a gold piece as well.
So the price of this place is a lot more expensive. Yeah, sure.
And of course,
Sounds
obviously,
great.
they're more than happy to keep bringing more stuff out to you. Of course, expect fancy portions, meaning smaller.
Yeah.
Hilariously enough, Shintri definitely takes interest in the cod, and the others, well, Nadzin, Narglos, Narlgos, as in Galeth, are more interested with the duck that's on the menu. I mean, if you want to do a little bit of drawing, they do have the option of bringing parchment and paper to you with an ink well.
I'm joking, just because I'm like sitting here and watching.
I mean, it is an option. Would you like to?
I've got something to do, but I'm going to wait for the end.
Alright.
Also, I thought this would be more of a tavern and less of a fine dining restaurant.
It's the finery of the tavern.
I was gonna arm wrestle.
Please don't.
Yeah, well now I'm not going to.
You were like the most upscale restaurant in the nice part of one of the biggest cities, and you're like, let's arm wrestle.
Slams arm on table. Who wants to fight?
Well, I know Leora spent all her money, so I'll take out like 30 gold to split between all the drow.
Break is going to go for the steamed partridge and poached eggs with a glass of whiskey.
God. The restaurant probably thinks we're the gods for these drow.
That is actually a good point. From
Yeah.
the dynamics, it looks like you're like our weird bodyguards.
Yeah, there are a lot more drow in this party at the current circumstance.
Yeah, we're like half drow, and also half warforged. Well, I guess that'd be like a third drow, and a third warforged.
Would Leoris take any?
Take any what?
In the food that was listed.
Probably not.
Fair enough. Oh no.
I'll pay for you if you want.
Oh, it's okay.
Alright.
Crom's got a sister. Oh. So, as you do receive your food, there's obviously assortments of other smaller eats between bread, butter, and more other smaller drinks that are offered between kind of lemon water and anything else that you might preference, and various different spices or even flavors that you would like to zest your food with. Get the hearty stick! Get the hearty stick! Ah! But overall, it is quite impressive as they do bring out the food. The server for each one of you, as they set down the platters and lift away the silver tops. The various mixes of flavors, scents, and all the food hitting you at once is almost overwhelming at one point, until you just kind of softly take it in all the subtle spices, as well as them bringing out the brandy cart, as well as various wines that are on selection for the day. And you're able to actually sit down in your own partition in this fancy restaurant. Break seems to be enjoying herself quite significantly. The drow are, well, Nadzin, Narlgos, and Galith are quite surprised at how good roasted goose is. And well, Shintri is enjoying herself quite significantly. Dude, it is another language reading drow names.
Narvalakata.
Narlgos.
Drow and my name are going to be named Carl and stuff like that.
No, tell me your true drow
Oh,
name.
fuck that shit.
What's wrong? Don't
No.
you want to fucking have cities called like Lahadnor and Warenthos or Nylath and Diaz?
No, 2 syllables. Take it or leave it.
Or Obel?
Welcome to the city of Brandon.
The drow leader, Stephen.
Stevie.
Pure Stevil.
with his vicious and well-regarded captain, Frank.
You do see that Otmon and Bailey are taking some time to start drawing up various plans of a homestead, seeming to be like blueprints for building or a more defensible fort. You can tell that even though they're making it a home, it's also at the same time doubles as like a citadel. Shintari kind of looks to you, Lyris, and not having anything, are you, sister?
It's a little too much for me.
Not like back at home with the snails and the good mushroom. Go out after and try and find something more to your taste.
I think I can make do.
Very well. You can see there's a little bit of concern on Shintari's face, looking at you, Leoris, that you're not eating anything. But overall, it is surprisingly a very peaceful dinner, and Break seems to be having an actual wonderful time in this current circumstance. Tell that she has not really had the chance to really come here or a reason to come here.
I want to know if she knows some sort of sign language or anything.
With that, she does gesture to you, and well, with a few signings, does that, and then writes down. Yes, of course. Do you want to learn?
I can try. Might be useful.
Will take time, but I think you'll get it. At that, she'll go over a few things and just a couple of gestures as dinner is proceeding. You can hear the soft music in the background, giving a very relaxed atmosphere. Like you said, Cropsteel, this is not exactly the atmosphere you were imagining for a fine tavern. But at the same time, it makes sense considering this is the most poncy area of town.
Didn't want the finest tavern, I wanted the best tavern.
I mean, you can just leave if you want.
That's okay. And then I pull out the boss drink and I drink it.
Oh.
Oh no.
Roll me that D100.
See, I brought drinks.
Fireball the room, fireball the room, fireball.
Oh my fucking god.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Yes.
Can't believe you
Roll me a
take
d12.
Uh-oh.
Alright. Cromsteel?
Yeah.
You're not exactly sure how you got here.
What the hell?
Hold on.
Okay. I look around, quite panicked.
Like I said, Cromsteel, if you're not enjoying it here, you can just go to the normal tavern.
What?
You don't seem to be enjoying yourself.
I mean, this place is nice. Where are we?
Sense of humor, Crawl.
We're in the Branded Dragon? In Zonwell? We got here like 40 minutes ago. Why? I didn't see you drinking anything. You going a little loopy there.
Hmm.
What was in that bottle you drank a second ago, though?
What bottle? What did I
You
drink?
You pulled something out of your bag and drank it? I'm not
I
really
assume
sure how
it's
it
still
works.
on the table. Does this thing have a label?
It has the Phobos' logo on it.
Son of a bitch. This is all real, right?
Yes?
Okay. There is a gap in my memory. Last I checked, we were arriving at Zonwell.
But you forgot that much?
Do you remember the core?
What? What did we do?
Wait. Arriving at Zonwell the first time, or...?
No, the second
From-
time on the way back from Ripridge.
That was only a couple of days ago. Did you hit your head?
No, he
Oh,
drank one of those potions.
Drank the
from
damn
Phobos.
Phobos potion.
Imagine you did this in the middle of combat.
Yeah.
Why am I
Intense
here?
confusion.
I don't know why I'm here, but I know I must kill. Okay, Cromstill's pretty much figured it out. In that case, please tell me everything that happened since we arrived at Zonwell.
Oh boy.
How about
Yeah.
Eat shit, fraction.
And that's how we got sentenced to death.
What?
No, that was a joke.
I like how out of that it was haha eat shit Braxton and not haha eat shit Rune and Surveyor.
Yeah.
The much more important thing that happened.
Otman and Bailey are there like, dude, how could you forget us?
Yeah. I'm glad you boys are here.
No
It's nice
memory
to
of
see it.
Judas Lucius.
I suppose.
Who now?
So, Junius is going to come back.
I think he said in like 4 hours. It's only been like 40 minutes.
I wonder if he can fix the gaps in my memory.
I don't know why you would drink that out of nowhere. Did you like feel compelled to do it?
Well, you see, there's this crazy man that pays me money to drink crazy things.
He pays you money to drink his stuff?
Yep. I wonder how much he'll give me for deleting my brain. Lamau flashed back to that bit in court where Maximilian said my mind can be altered.
Yeah, that's what I just wrote.
He was right.
Yeah.
Your memory is too easy to alter. Everything's a
I
lie.
believe you just drank a wrench.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Why did we allow our wrench to drink? Where's our control rod?
Wheezes wrench until the fluid comes out.
Well,
Good old wrench juice.
you all enjoy dinner. I'm going to go find the crazy man. See if he can fix me? Question mark. I'll be back soon.
And you're not missing too much.
No, I suppose not. And Cromsteel will get up and go look around in the suspicious alleyways of Zondwell.
Alright. Going into the suspicious alleyways, looking for the
I mean, I guess I start looking in the place where I... Oh wait, I wouldn't even remember that. I just start looking. Because assumedly I already found him here sometime.
Ooh. Alright. They have the good bottles of wine that go up to 20 gold if you want.
Sure,
Or
20
even
gold, why not?
500.
Yeah, this bottle of wine costs far less than their fines.
Just rings on the side.
I'll get 2 for the table. Paid for by letting a man stick his head in my stomach.
See, you do weird shit for money as well.
Don't judge me.
Yeah, don't judge me.
No, I think Relics was like, you get paid?
Yeah, next time I'll take you potion drinking.
You guys are getting paid?
I've given him a lot of money. I have a very expensive potion I haven't used.
Alright. So getting one of the finer ones that they have there. On good vintage from the vineyards. Especially from Shimmerwick in particular.
Ooh, Feywild. Well, secret Feywild.
Cruising along the streets for you, crossing.
Yeah.
You do see, curiously enough, one of the tents that you passed by before. You're pretty sure it wasn't like a dark purple or maroon or anything like that. But then you do like a double take and then you realize that Phobos is sitting there, seems to be reading a book with a few tinctures laid out, and especially lining on the shelves in the tent.
Phobos?
Indeed. Looking for
I did.
an effect?
Something like that. I didn't realize you had a tent.
I have a lot of things.
I'm sure. I believe we made some kind of deal recently.
That we have.
I drank one of your potions, and the effect it gave was to erase a couple days of my memory.
Start writing down a few notes. Do you have the bottle number?
Yeah, I assume I took it with me. I give it back.
Very happily starts copying down the information. And how far back did you forget things?
From what my companions told me, a couple of days.
Ooh. I know a few people who'd enjoy that.
Right, well, I am not one of those people. Would you be able to restore my memory?
Give it a bit of time. I think I have a potion for that as well. Though, could see if it wears off first. How long ago did you imbibe?
Just a few minutes ago.
Give it a day and then see where it lands.
I can stay a whole day. We have places to be, of course.
I'm sure you could find me in places to be.
Well, if it does not fix itself by the time we have to leave Zodwell, then I will come find you again.
Very well.
And, of course, as you know, I do not remember if you paid me before or agreed to pay me after, so I will trust that you will be honest. Was this a pay before or after kind of deal?
Afterwards, as he sets down 100 gold for you. Neatly stacked into one pile from the gangly arm that he has that somehow creeped from his back.
Wasn't that arm in a different location?
For the other one.
Yeah.
It does start to occur to you that this arm keeps changing locations.
Yeah, that is why I said that.
Oh, don't worry about it. It has a mind of its own.
But it's your arm.
Is it?
Is it?
That's what I'm asking you. Is it?
Well, I don't know. Do you?
I certainly don't.
Oh. Okay. Good business, my boss. Thank you.
Don't forget, if you ever need a tincture, they always have an effect.
I will see you in other places.
I'm
I
sure
take
you
the
will.
money and I go back to the restaurant.
Alright. As you do, you look back at the tent that you know is purple.
Yep.
There's just a wood stand there with no tent now.
What? Go back. He's not there?
The whole tent is gone.
Hmm.
It's a completely different stand.
I give it a quick look over and find no evidence of Phobos.
Not a bit. Except one empty bottle.
The bottle that I drank from?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, that's just littering. I take it with me.
back at the party, enjoying yourselves. Break is ecstatic. Mass hallucinating.
Yeah, everyone swears Phobos exists.
Everyone
But it's
believes-
actually just a global gas leak.
Yeah. Global arcane gas leak.
We're actually not drinking anything. The mass delusion is so powerful that it's just happening. People are just spilling gold on the ground and nobody can see it.
It's just one long, eternal fucking illusion from a fucking arcane trickster god. One day when he finally goes, there's just a fucking mountain of money everywhere.
Or
Where did
dead
this
bodies
fucking money
buried
come
in
from?
them.
Yeah, money. Dead bodies of people having heart attacks, but no one can see the money piles.
Existent, that's a Persian.
But eventually, as dinner does proceed, Break showing you, Elaine, a few more, well, various sign languages between water, food, drink, and obviously the very simple hello, goodbye kind of thing.
This one means Phoenix.
Pretty much. Though the Phoenix part is a little more exaggerated.
Assume you do like wings with your hands and then they curl up into a ball and then explode.
Pretty much, yeah.
Phoenix Ultimate.
Phoenix Ultimate.
What you do see that they do offer desserts here, between various cakes and other tarts that if you would want to imbibe it. You can see the
Absolutely.
oh yeah.
Kiki.
Alright. So, especially with a nice after dessert to match. I could tell that a good portion of the other drow are fairly surprised at just like the amount of exuberance in this place. It's the meat was fantastic for the roasted goose and all that, though even for like some of the cakes it's kind of surprising to them because they're used to something a little more odd, especially pertinent to the Underdark. Oh yeah, Shin 3 seems right at home.
They get the big snails
Them big motherfucker.
with butter.
Don't ask where the butter comes from.
Butter shrooms.
Spiders.
Oh.
Spider.
Spider butter.
Sputter.
Spiders have milk.
Sputter.
They got silk and they got milk.
Fly, you fools. They're milking spiders. You are no match.
No. So. As you do see the few faces that are passing through upper levels and lower. You do hear a few kind of murmuring and talking back and forth with each other on the noble side, discussing as to what happened at the Festering estate and the fact that there was an illuminating fireball from what they had seen and spells like they've never witnessed before. Others that seem rather shocked at what happened, and others that are still kind of squabbling over exactly what was going on there. As the dinner proceeds and concludes, you'd see that Break is quite happy to have spent a good portion of the time with you, Lane. He starts writing down a few questions of her own. Intending to stay in town longer?
Oh, I was about to type in chat that I'm waiting for this part. Not really. A lot of business to attend. I was hoping to tell you about this later.
You can tell she is a little saddened by it, but like is kind of used to it, especially for her line of work as well. Royal family business.
We're taking these drow to someplace safe and then trying to help my friend Harbinger.
Won't be back for a while, huh?
Probably not. I might be able to possibly teleport to Stratham, but that's still pretty far from here.
Hopefully be able to see you again if you pass by.
I'll start writing down some notes because there's a lot of people here.
Alright. So, you and Break start having a nice quiet conversation. As the dinner is starting to conclude, obviously, bill forthcoming. You can see that the drow have basically handled their own. Otwin and Bailey are finishing out some of the plans that they have laid out between the home/citadel that they're designing. This one actually has doors, unlike the followers of Bloodbane.
Finally. Doors.
No. You can't get past the doors now that we don't have Zircon.
Don't worry, you got Dexus. The tongue master.
Well, that's kind of weird.
Able to head back down from the second story of the Branded Dragon Eatery. The service being very on point, especially with the nice shutters and all that they have. Be able to section off your table and give you privacy as you wished. But you do see quite a large party going on the fourth floor. Seems to be rented out to a very large noble party that's going on. You tell that a few of them seem to have effectively close to the same as the binocular or spyglass and trying to peer over at the Razrum Castle and kind of just seemingly discussing what had happened there from what you can hear down on the street level. And of course, if there's anything else that someone else would like to do, Shintri will look to Leoris as well. Are you sure you don't want to get something preferable to your palate?
I will be fine, Shintri. So I appreciate you worrying about me.
Seems like something may be on your mind.
Not exactly.
Just they can travel ahead in thought.
Something like that. It is nothing to worry about.
I'll be sure that we get plenty of supplies.
It is going to be a bit of a trek. That will probably be wise.
I know you'll get us there safely.
I will do my best.
So, if there's anything else, the rest of you can easily head back to the Rastrum Castle. Spend the night bedding down, listening to the various people who finish cleaning up and reshaping the walls as best as they can.
At about, let's say, 4 a.m., Kel is going to come into the room wherever yours is. And she's, I assume, like, trancing, so it's pretty easy to get her attention.
If we're in the same room, it's possible that I'm also there making holy water.
Yeah, he'll just nod to you.
Nod back.
It's a bit early, Cal.
Sorry about that. But, came to give you this because I'm leaving. He'll hand you a bag of 30 platinum. This is so you can help people out as a thank you. Didn't have time to buy any gems that you use with it.
You sure you're not going to need this?
Can resurrect myself. And I've...
Oh, but it could be useful for supplies. You have a long way to go, do you not?
I've just secured a bit of money. That's why I'm accelerating my schedule. Got a job to do. I'll probably never see any of you again. So,
shame.
I mean, you can talk to me with your magic.
True.
On that point, Can you tell my sister I'm on the way?
I'll let her know immediately.
Just tell her I'm going to Warrenthos first, so it might be a while.
Alright.
Good luck.
You too.
I'll just look to Crumsteel. Good luck, Crumsteel.
Good luck to wherever you're going.
Well, Warrenthos for now.
Oh.
Yeah,
Well,
it's like 3 a.m. in the morning right now.
You're not a Warforged, so they probably won't enslave you.
I'd hope not. If you guys ever head towards Vrayton or Gladport, look out for a man named Baji. It's bad news. I was just not and turn around.
Stone shipment.
And then, Josh, do you want me to roll for the thing?
Yes, I do.
Oh, God.
Let's see how your stealth is, boy.
Are you gonna steal something?
Fuck. Well, you see, this is why I have contingency of darkness that I can see in.
Alright. Has my memory come back by now?
Yes, it has.
Ah, thank God.
Finally melds back.
Yep, that's all. Continue.
I should have taken some of Nishi's hair before I left.
Why?
God damn it.
God damn it.
Will we ever know?
I'm just curious if Zircon's going as well.
I don't know if Zircon would.
I don't think he'd be allowed.
I don't think he would be. Josh contemplating.
Yeah, this is a tough situation.
Do I have inspiration? No.
Kyle said he was going to Warrenthos, but actually he went into Prexon's jail cell to join him.
Went to hell.
Straight to hell.
I will just say, if it fucks up, I can move at like just under 150 around.
It's good because you're gonna need it.
Oh no.
Are we going to have to fight Cal now?
Unomas.
Uno. Hello.
Okay, so, especially with that, the Dragon Paladins of Bahamut would immediately take notice that something was amiss, obviously with the darkness immediately going up, knowing that at most that there was someone there. What
Is this when I'm at the window?
Yeah, basically getting there as you're trying to get in there. Obviously, he's still being watched due to the circumstance.
I don't need to get in. I'm just trying to, like, hook him with the Sargama and bring him to the window so I can stab him.
So
if they were to come get me, they'd have to, come outside first.
Alright. Because they would be alerted. Are you going to still try and stick them as there's no noise being made?
Yep, I gotta do it.
Alright. regular attack mod because obviously there's still bars and everything. Let me get Prexen's piece real quick.
I'll just use this as the base for the knife because it's the same modifier.
Alrighty, so that would definitely hit, which is good. So especially that you sink the blade in, start dragging him to the windows, trying to get rid of him. He's definitely starts bleeding out at that point in the stay. Good lord. Go ahead and roll me. Where is it? Two more advantage, as you do here. The paladins are rushing in at this point towards the window. Alrighty.
Don't somehow click 3 times.
So, especially with that, you start to hear a squelch and a crack of what as this digs into him. At this point, you can hear many of the paladins quickly rushing.
Quick! Stop who's out there! Go around!
And you can see the head of one that's trying to peer down at you. Where would you say you've placed yourself as you're kind of pulling this Kusarigama through? With
I think at my level I can stand on walls, but if there's no like platform, I assume I'm probably holding onto the bars of the window while using my other hand to drag him to the window and stab him.
Alright. So
with the darkness centered like on the window. So if they can't see through magical darkness, they just see like a black blob.
Alrighty.
Because I can see through magical darkness with my feature.
Alright. So with that, one rushes through to try and figure out what's going on. Trying to, well, air quote, keep the person alive. But especially with the current circumstance. Go ahead and roll me a contested athletics, or just go for the execution kill.
If I have to go through all these hit points, it's not gonna happen.
You don't have to go through all the hit points. So are you gonna try and stick it out and finish it right
Keep
here?
going for the execution.
All right, go ahead. Favorable results of high or low, your choice.
Higher.
All right, higher. Go ahead and roll a d20. All right. So as this is going on, you hear the paladin opening up the door, quickly trying to rush in and figure out what's going on, especially with the darkness, sword drawn. Especially with the fact that the dark blob that's going on, there's some that are rushing outside to try and hurry to figure out what's going on with the, not sure where this magic's coming from. It's at this point you hear a sickening just and the snap and scrape of someone's horns against the wall as you get splashed with blood for a moment, and you don't feel any more resistance against the chain.
Does it feel like the sword did something? Like, sucked his soul? Because I was told that's what it did.
For that, effectively, far as you know, because you don't feel it, but you do feel like almost like a sickly shadow is kind of washed over in this area for this instance.
Nice. Okay. Then I'll just drop straight down the wall and start sprinting away. And I still have the mask on, so I'm sort of hidden.
Alright. Shane with you, I assume?
Yes. Because it is quite recognizable.
Alrighty. Chain and dagger with you. Go ahead and roll me another stealth as these paladins are kind of trying to rush forward. It's at that point when you did hear the snap and you dropped away, you do see that the other paladin did dispel the darkness but didn't see you.
Okay. Oh god. They see me, but I'm fast.
Yeah, they see you. They see a form of someone in a mask running away. Definitely with some kind of chain or something. But that's the most I can get as they quickly start calling out in directions. Go ahead and roll me. Let's see, because you don't want to fail this. Just in the direction. Go ahead and roll me either. Effectively, if you want to do like kind of streetwise stealth, or let's see, even just kind of like evade them acrobatics over the roofs and such.
I'll go with the acrobatics.
All right.
And doing like step of wind and shit to help me out.
Alrighty. Especially with step of wind, I would say advantage on that.
Okay. Okay, the first one was better.
Alright. Especially between the rooftops and that's definitely one success. Looking for 2 more. How would you like to proceed as you go through the city? And it's just kind of erupting into paladins and guards searching for effectively the person who just killed someone within a prison. You can hear if you're running around. You go ahead and describe to me what you want to do, or like what skill you want to try and use to get these 2 other successes. If you fail 3, then it might get a little hairy.
Definitely heading towards like less populated areas and try to cut off line of sight, like using stealth.
Alright, go ahead and give me another stealth then.
Ugh.
Seems like you're getting some good distance until you start hearing the guards getting call outs and such. You can tell between the whistles and the lanterns that they're starting to try and surround some of the plazas that you're in.
How close? Just judging by sound, how many do you think are following me?
Following you directly, you can tell that, especially from the paladin section, there seems to be 5. Easy to assume there might be 2 or 3 paladins with them. As for the other parts, it's on the factor of you can tell there are definite guards ahead of you, probably 5 to 10 if it's a guard house that you come across, but you don't know where they are exactly. You've been in Zodwell for a little bit of time, but not all over the city.
Alright, I want to take cover for a second and then use my blinding powder that I got from Surveyor.
Alright, you can do that with advantage on stealth.
Alrighty.
Much better. That's 2 success, 1 fail. Alright, so with that, especially with the blinding powder, you're able to quickly pass by even some of the other areas with the guards. Quickly throwing that down. A lot of them just caused them confusion. Others are pointing in other directions. And unfortunately, for them, starts to make a lot more noise. So you can tell the area is just starting to light up in a different direction. They seem to be a bit misled. Close to the home stretch of being able to get out of sight, closer on the edges of town. Any particular thing that you would wish to do, or skill that you think you can make use of to be able to hide yourself away or break from these guards as they pursue?
Ooh. I'm just checking if I have minor illusion real quick, because I might. Actually, no, I have like lights. I have dancing lights. Dancing lights not that great. Can I like perception my way to like this would be the best way out? Find like or maybe look for like a horse or some shit.
Yeah, go ahead and roll me a perception as you like look for the kind of like a better route that's more obscure and harder to get to, and as well as maybe even a horse. Especially with that, you're able to spot further out one of the taverns that does have stables. You can tell that there are still quite a few horses out in the field, none that are really protected, just out grazing for the night. But you're easily able to do that and start breaking away from Zonwell fully, now with a new Hellfire Dagger in hand.
Shit. I wanted to give it back. Which way did I go? Sort of up to you.
Go ahead and roll me a d8.
It probably would have been on a road.
Alright, so you'd be more, ironically, westernly, southwestern direction, ironically, of Stratham.
Alright, I'll cheese it towards Stratham then.
Alright. And we'll leave it up there as Cal escapes into the night towards Stratham. And we'll back over.
Back!
Alright.
Did Cal die?
No, we were just doing taxes.
Yeah, taxes.
Oh,
Tax evasion, more like. Get out of that. Get
Texas.
You can't believe you've been doing crimes.
Can't believe you've been doing taxes.
Why would you assume I'm doing crime?
Tax
Did we
blade.
hear an explosion?
We just explained that you were tax evading.
Yeah, what if you...
That's a crime.
Yeah, what if Cal's not doing crime? What if crime's doing Cal?
Evil Cal be like, haha, doesn't break the law.
Alright.
You alright?
So, pretty peaceful night. Other than that, Shintri and a few others are making sure to get a few supplies, planning out a few things, even discussing with Scrat on where to get good supplies and what they should wear for the travel that they're going to be trekking between the arid lands. I do know who I... Fuck.
I'm mentally stable, gainfully employed.
And it's early in the morning that you hear an absolute cacophony of noise going around the main area of Zonwell. Do you see a few lights going up? It sounds like a lot of alarms being rung. But that seems to be the mainstay of it.
This is a couple hours after Cal left?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Well, by then I've probably finished making holy water.
Oh, definitely.
So I will grab my weapons and run out into the town to investigate.
Elaine will check for any deliveries.
Delivery?
Expecting a package.
Drugs, you see.
Okay,
Also,
well,
didn't you guys say something about a flying carpet?
oh, right. I forgot about that.
That was supposed to only take like 40 days. And we...
I don't think it's been 40 days.
It was like weeks each way. From there to there, right?
It was like 10 days each way. So we've got a couple more days left, surely. Anyway, alarms going out in town. What's up with that?
You can definitely check on that package if you want. But at the same time, Crumpsio, as you ride out there, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I'll take Valiant.
Go ahead and... Well, between all the guards, you can try and roll me a perception or a persuasion if you would like to, between the various guards that are sounding alarm, or even
Yeah,
just trying
I'll ask around and ask if I can help, being the vigilante of justice I am.
Alrighty. Far as you know, especially since it's all happened very quickly, they immediately tell you, some of the paladins sounded the alarm from the prison. Something happened, but the city's on full alert. We're watching for someone on high suspicion. If you see anyone with a mask or holding a chain, be sure to make note and be careful.
Mask and a chain.
Yes.
Well, did Prexen escape? Is that what that's about?
Not sure, but a lot of us are suspecting a tiefling.
Okay, I don't know what that's about, but I'm going to go make sure that Prexen is still where he belongs.
Alright.
And I'll keep an eye out for a tiefling.
Quickly rush on down the road towards the prison.
Yep.
As you arrive there, you can see a lot of the paladins are upset, others are dejected, some that are genuinely frustrated.
Ask around.
One of the prisoners was recently killed.
Prisoner killed?
It was some kind of darkness magic, and then somehow they executed him when he was in the cells. They could not get him back from revivification.
Am I correct in assuming this victim was Prexen?
That's right. How'd you know?
Well, court case against him yesterday. But, this I have no knowledge about. Except I do.
Roll a deception check.
You do see if you we heard about that. We heard that you're the one who got him arrested. Seems like whoever might have been associated with him wanted to keep him quiet for what he was doing.
Is this related to the bossed tiefling with chain running around the city?
That's all we saw of him. Didn't get in there in time to be able to dispel everything. Moving extremely fast. Managed to make his way over most of the rooftops, but there was one point that some of the alarms seemed to follow, but then everything got scattered.
I will go ask my companions if they know anything about it. I return to the rest room and
You can see that many of the paladins there are still figuring out what happened.
Lamau. Go back to our rooms. Are we all in the same room?
I thought we were.
Elaine has her own room because she lives here.
Okay, well, go get.
But she's already up and about.
Right. Well, are you still at the castle, or have you gone off?
Yeah. I'd be wandering around in the castle.
Okay. Well, I will fetch you, and I'll gather everyone in our room. Everybody, I have some news for you.
Mm-hmm.
I went asked around town, checked on the jail. Prexen is dead.
Oh no.
Yes, such a shame, but I'm pretty sure that Cal did it.
Truly a loss for the universe.
Your friend Cal.
Yes, our former drow companion, who left suddenly last night, looks at Leoris.
But
Did you know anything about this?
he just said he was going to warrant us.
Suppose it was a personal vendetta then. No confirmation, of course, but I'm pretty sure Cal infiltrated the prison and murdered him.
Only what makes you say that?
What the guards told me, they said that magical darkness appeared in the jail cell, a person escaped, and with great agility leapt over across rooftops. Sounds like a cow, right? However, other witnesses say that this person looked like a masked tiefling wielding a chain, which does not match. So, possibly not Cal.
I mean, how hard does it really look like a tiefling if you're wearing a mask if you're a drow?
Right, yeah. That is why my money is on Cal.
You
So,
only use some fake horns.
now that you all know this, do we tell the guards who they should be looking for?
On one hand, he killed somebody. On the other 3 hands, it was Praxon. I don't remember you ever describing the horns.
It was like once.
I've only ever used the mask one like 3 times. Because it's not useful unless I need to use darkness.
Okay, well, knowing that, safely assume the guards witnessed wrong, and it was 100% Cal. Like, come on. But, yeah. In our shared hatred for Brexon, I think we let this one slide.
Well, from the looks of it, he's not coming back. Looks like he bought you. I don't know. Fulfilled the wish of yours.
I suppose. If Neil was here, I'm sure he'd be cheering.
Oh, I'm cheering.
Oh, yeah.
I personally would rather that he suffered in there for at least a while.
Luke, I'm glad that you did that.
I'm very happy that your friend decided to do this, even though he only really interacted with Brexon like once.
I'm glad that he did it, so that I didn't have to do it.
Yeah.
I was also considering doing
that
it.
is the vibe that I'm getting.
We're all sitting here like, we gonna.
We're all like sitting in the room making like plans to ourselves. It's like, what are you planning? I'm planning to kill Praxon. I mean, nothing. What are you doing? Same.
I mean, if you shall so recall, Cromsteel, before Cal left and Leora said, you need this money, he said, someone just gave me a shit ton of money. I'm good.
Oh, someone wanted you to kill him.
I do not recall. I missed that part.
Yes. He just got paid to take a job, which accelerated his schedule, forcing him to leave.
Paid to murder. Yeah, what happened? And none of it was combat.
Damn.
Well,
Some
I
of
mean,
it was
one of
combat.
it was a huge combat.
Praxon got some combat.
No, Cal and Zircon bro team.
Sorry.
Wait, is Zircon still in the building?
Yeah.
Okay.
So what do you mean?
Wait,
Why
hold
wouldn't
on.
it be?
What do you mean, wait, hold on?
Zircon tunnels over to the jails, so with malicious intent just pulls him under.
You can't get me in here. I'm behind bars. Aha. Funny joke.
But the other detail that he did tell you, Cromsteel, that Revivify didn't seem to work.
Revivify didn't work. Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, some Hellfire shit was purchased.
Did your new character just pay your old character to murder a man that we all wanted to murder?
Nice, good job.
No flying carpet for you.
Man, what a waste of money. That guy fucking sucked. That wasn't stealthy at all. Whole fucking town noticed.
What, you? There's literally nothing else to look at in a medieval town except for the sky.
Man, what a beautiful sky. Is that flying tiefling?
I mean, this was at about 4 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah.
If I was a drunk out at 4 a.m., I'd be looking at the stars as I walked.
Especially without light pollution. God damn, that sky would be beautiful.
Yeah.
Right.
Literally, I think this is the worst era to try to use a flying device for stealth. If I had better luck just walking in it.
We need more pollution, boys, to up the stealth game.
Turn up the pollution in a long-term campaign to get people to stop looking at the sky to make my flying carpet stealth strategy more viable.
I'm gonna go buy more diamonds.
Now that loose end has been thoroughly murdered and is unable to be revived, shall we go to Stratham?
After I get some diamonds.
You need more. You didn't even use the ones you have.
Always pays to be prepared.
Oh, right. You've acquired more money, and so that must be fixed. I see.
It is an investment in all of your futures.
I'm sure it is.
I'll be quick about it.
I'm gonna go buy food, I guess.
Okay, everybody go do what chores have you, and we will meet at the western gate to Stratham.
I mean, okay, I just want to say, I know you said you wanted to grab a bunch of water because desert, but I think it makes sense if we go this way, just because, you know, this is a bit more weird. Should we stop in Falkirk and get liquid?
I don't know, Falkirk's kind of icky.
We've never been there.
Yeah, I know, that's why it's icky.
As far as I know, there's not really anything there that we are interested in.
Just straight down?
Yeah, I mean, like, this be 700 miles. That adds an extra 250 miles onto that. It's 250 miles worth getting to see a town that we don't care about.
That's at least 3 additional days of travel if we go pretty fast. Like,
I don't particularly care about Falkirk.
The pit. The pit. The pit.
Do we know anything about Falkirk?
No, I just meant, like, otherwise we'd have to buy about...
Yeah, we'll just get extra
10,
stuff.
10,000 litres of water in Stratham.
Yeah.
If you
I
get
don't
a little
need
less
that
from
much
Falkirk.
water.
10,000 liters.
Flood the pit.
No.
Flood that pit. Flood that
Pee in the pit. Pee in the pit.
We'll just
Pee
get
in the
a
pit.
bit extra supplies, it's fine.
If we stay there long enough, we can fill it up with pee.
What?
What?
10,000 years of piss.
No.
All
Elaine
saved into
is the
one
master.
cauldron.
It
Elaine is the
evaporates
master of
faster
this
than you can
shit.
piss.
Yeah, piss bender.
Oh my god.
Alright, well, that's all my business.
Yeah. We'll go to Stratham, leave the Free Forged Boys to make a base. Then we continue onwards.
Alright.
I'm sure that everybody in the town will have a very high opinion of Warforged after that. Like, sky high.
Yeah. I mean, once they see us return with them, surely they'll have, like, associated reputation.
What did we do? We showed up and we burned down the temple, basically.
Yeah, now we're gonna build it again. You're welcome.
Okay, so let's just say that like I came through and I burned down like the rampaging Satanist temple in your town.
Yeah.
Then I come back a couple days later and I build the reformed Satanist temple.
Yeah, it's like that Megamind meme where it's like, you saved us. I wouldn't say saved, more like under new management.
Yeah.
Well, because it's like the previous Warforged temple that was here was kidnapping people and torturing them. Now you're back, you're like, we'll build a Warforged temple.
But with blackjack and hookers.
Yeah, we're cooler.
Hey, do you want me to work for you guys? Bring some people in, you know?
Yeah. Get like a courtyard going of like rows of Warforged being trained
and bodies.
to think and feel and make their own opinions.
Organ flowers.
Ooh, yeah,
organ flowers.
Since Junius is back, on the cart ride to Stratham, I want to ask him about Tartarus, the Lord of Elemental Earth.
Alright. So, for that, he'll be more than happy to discuss the Elemental Lord of Earth. He was more imperative to the invasion of Jotunheim. Being on that front, he did make a bond with Milren's son, Raxia. His boons were extraordinarily wealthed upon many of people. The Tao as well as the Earth Myrmidons that he had summoned during that fight were rather imperative, though his strength is immense and almost immeasurable magic-wise. As for
immeasurable magic.
As for that,
friend.
Oh.
So he was part of this Jotunheim thing that Cromsill always talks about. Why do you always leave that out? She's a friend of yours. I'm saying to Junius.
For Tartarus. Well, I would not consider him a friend, more an ally. It's hard to define whether or not you're a friend of an elemental lord. Though at the same time, the other part is thankful because he maintains stabilization of the arcane mistake. As for the arcane mistake, that is mostly a time when the giants were still presiding, thankfully. As far as I could tell, you don't seem to have giants here. Do you?
Saw a giant moss monster a while ago.
Oh. Consider yourself thankful, as I fought against them a long time ago. They were bastards. Though that arcane mistake was their responsibility, one that originally splintered the lands and caused elemental fluctuations across variations of the world. The place that I come from, elemental air, is a higher concentrate. I would imagine here it seems to be elemental earth. Though, the area that I was originally found by Ironstride, or Yorickson, as originally my pertinent owner / patron that had originally helped me in the survival and adaptation of magic. The Whitethorn family, much as they are disreputable, their seeking of immortality in a most unscrupulously way of vampirism led me to lead a more peaceful life. But, of course, that's in the more frigid Northlands, where everything is washed over with ice from the elemental waters being less subservient. Tidal chaoses happen more towards the center of that continental drift. But if it weren't for his manipulation of the arcane mistake for Tartarus, then it might be wreaking havoc more or less over the lands instead of having a stabilizing peace.
What exactly is the arcane mistake?
A brief history lesson on that, and a short synopsis. There's the Gagaron war fronts, humans, elves, and others standing together, making other warforged and retaliation. The giants, in desperation, decided to use their power of the primordial lords, though in their desperation of the summoning of this, they didn't correctly perform the ritual, and the power was too much for them. After that, it caused a mass collapse, and that was the time that the 4 elemental lords had bled over from the other planes. They intended to use them to defend the lands. Instead, it immediately wreaked havoc upon them. The only one that seemed to have taken an interest in stabilizing it, as much as he was upset more or less that the Earth was screaming out in pain as it was being sundered and torn apart from the energies from the 4 planes converging. Tartarus stood and maintained it with his own energies and powers. Though he can't travel far from it for too long, he does constantly manipulate elemental earth to be able to bleed off much of those energies constantly so it doesn't rupture again. If it were to happen again, more elemental lords might be permissible to pass into this world.
It is a lot to unpack.
Indeed it is. I did not witness it, but that was my initial research on it. The elemental lords that still remain and preside within this realm would be that of Boreas, the Lord of Air, very free-spirited, and backs the winds and sails of many of pirates still. Leviathan, who watches over Miski and her coral kingdom at the bottom of the ocean. Thankfully, Tartarus remains at the hidden lands far to the north. But as for those, they are not ruled by kingdoms, but more or less torrential lands that tear each other apart and are trying to stabilize constantly. Thankfully, Milren had assisted and gained assistance as well in the removal of Daedalus, the elemental lord of fire. Very hungry pyroclast fire elemental, a lesser god. One that had forced his way through and had constantly fought with Boreas, Tartarus, and Leviathan, and struck out at them quite successfully at one point, though thankfully the volcano he summoned didn't destroy Nutchester or the other compatriots that were accompanying at the time.
Well, I know you're not one quick to trust, so hopefully with all this bloodbane stuff I can prove myself a worthy ally to you and maybe get an introduction to him.
Now, if you're really interested in meeting an elemental lord, I assure you that some of those boons are not as worth as you think they may be. Though I'm not going to prevent you. As much as Milren destroyed Daedalus and sent him back to the plane of fire, she still carries his boon with her.
I'm not interested in the boons, but information.
That is understandable. Though it does occur to me now, I have not really picked the brain of an earthen lord. Perhaps I should. That is for a time when I'm not maintaining the wards, and also when things are more stable. Junius Lucius is more than happy to keep pontificating information to you.
Basically, anytime he starts talking about other shit, I'm like, no, stop. talk about Tartarus.
He's more than happy to start spilling all that information into your ear. At least all that he knows. But you definitely learned at the foremost that getting any information on or from a Earthen Lord is one hell of a drag of a time, as they speak much slower.
See, this is why I don't give you the long version. I've been giving you the short version the whole time.
The, director's cut of The Legend of Iron.
Yeah.
It's 300 years longer.
Well, now I just need to befriend Junius.
Yeah, you made it sound like I left off the climax of the story. I didn't know that you care about Tartarus. I just glossed over that
Literally.
part.
We
There was
barely
no way
knew-
for you to know that.
In character art, we knew that Tartarus existed for like a day and a half. We talked to him once and then left.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I went into that much
footnote.
detail and excluded things like and included things like Tartarus, it would be a way longer story,
This is true.
which none of you would care for.
Still be on day 475 of flying.
Yep.
On the 476th day, Ironstride did once again fly the boat through the night.
I mean, I'm sure the tale I was told was also not that extensive.
Definitely not. Junius Lucius
No.
is a stickler, though, that everything should be told in detail.
Yeah, I probably know most of the story. He knows all of it.
Firsthand.
Yeah, exactly.
You're like trying to recall the tale to someone, and Junius keeps poking holes in your knowledge.
Actually,
you're like,
Shut up, Junius! I'm trying to look cool here!
it sounds better this way anyway. Who cares if it's right?
Pulls out the archivist card. Whoosh! Junius's original job, archivist. Second job, mage.
So now I get to listen to stories from Lucius instead of me while we ride cart to Stratham.
It's true. So with that, everyone will easily be able to gather up their supplies, start getting quite a few things all together. You can see Shintri as well as the other of Nadzin, Narlgos, as well as Galeth will be able to collect all their stuff. Get the definite recommended of food, seeing how they were a bit tight traveling on the upper levels. They're used to having skills in the Underdark. Being survival experts on the surface is a lot harder for them.
Hey guys, I think we give up on the flying carpet.
They wouldn't have been able to carry all of us. This was discussed a long time ago.
Yeah, but it can still fly.
Yeah, it could make some of us fly, but it's not going to be a main mode of travel.
Don't worry, it was told to be shipped to Zonwell. If we tell him to ship it to Stratham instead, then Junius can hold on to it for us.
Who's shipping it?
The people in Creekmont.
the dwarves of the Artisans Guilds.
Oh, okay.
Remember that
Yeah,
place where
well-
you met that horrible fucking necromancer that circled of death?
Yeah. We also found elemental crystals there, and I sold them a location for mode of transport.
never did they go to a tavern and sit there comfortably again.
Nope.
I think that we should give the carpet of flying to Zircon, the blind man.
Where am I? Just keeps going up. I can't breathe.
What the fuck's going on?
Surely I'm getting closer to the ground.
Just keeps flying further and further out. Doesn't die though. He just fucking freezes, and then someone comes by and like uncryopods him from the carpet.
Honestly, I imagine him being like 5 feet up and freaking the fuck out because he's over a small pond.
Yeah.
So he can't see the ground below him.
It's a fucking
He
ocean!
thinks he's really high up.
Mom!
Honey, you're over the koi pond again.
I don't trust you!
Alright, so... Like, we're not gonna stay and wait for it to arrive, shall we?
No, I'm just saying that they are staying here.
Yeah,
we can ship it here, and if I manage to get the TP circle scroll, we can go back here and get it in.
Okay, so what, are we going to tell the people in Zonwell to send it to Stratham once they receive it?
I mean, could ask Zircon to send a letter now, telling them to send it to Stratham instead.
You'd be telling Zircon to send a letter, so he'd tell someone else to send that letter.
Yeah,
so
but
it's written correctly.
Yeah, could do that. And then I'm sure we will go back to Stratham at some point.
At some point.
It's gonna get to that point.
I'm not going to wait there for 40 days.
No.
It's gonna get to that point where this parcel is just traveling around the world after you, and it's gonna get to like the final combat. It arrives, and it's like the saving grace.
Campaign 3 is just like the adventure of some post office people that are trying to follow this crazy adventuring party and deliver the damn package.
I've been looking for you.
It's the dwarves like, we're going to high hell just to deliver this package, boys.
Starts climbing Mount Everest. We've got a package for you.
They start descending into the pit.
You know
They've
how
got like an
fucking
arcane
cool?
tracker to see where we are, and they're like a day's travel behind, and
You
then
know
they
what?
just see us go to the other side of the world.
That as a D&D game would actually be fucking sick. You're just a postal delivery service, but you go through fucking hell to get these things delivered. Like, you just need to get a pail of milk out to some dude.
No, when you finally
Yes,
deliver it, they're like,
adventures.
oh, those are those new boots I bought. Yeah, I have magical boots now. I don't need them. You can return them.
You hate it because it was same-day delivery and they're halfway across the country.
Is it possible to learn this power?
So, how much XP did Cal get for killing Brixton?
He leveled up 18 times.
Oh, damn.
Wait,
Fuck, I should have killed Prex.
That's a lot of level up.
wait, that makes Cal like level 25. What?
He's a god now.
What the fuck?
Damn.
Alright.
Can't believe Praxton is worth so much XP. We should have killed him ourselves.
It's from all those scalps.
You got
Wow.
the XP for everyone
the
he's
the
never
scalp
killed.
contains the XP.
You eat the scalp and it gives you the XP.
Ew.
Alright.
Ew.
So, as everyone collects their stuff and gets on the cart. You do see that, especially with the excess of, well, the lack of excess of seats, it gets a little more cramped on the cart, but you can tell the supplies that are being stacked up, it's looking pretty hardy.
Should we have bought a bigger cart while we're in Zonwell?
It's a pretty sizable cart already, unless you want to go with like a larger coach.
I feel like we're coach worthy. Although we do have to take it over a desert.
Yeah.
Need like an off-road coach. Oh, hey, Neil.
Are we still?
Hey, Neil.
Braxton dead.
Still going?
He died of a tragic boat.
He kicks the bucket through natural causes.
Okay.
Natural causes.
Have we even been to court yet?
Yeah. Oh.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we won the court case.
He got put in jail, and then he
He
mysteriously
tried to
died.
leg it,
Yeah.
and we bodied him.
I don't know, it's debatable if we won, considering you guys still had to pay several 500 gold fines.
Yeah,
Well, look, the
That's
fines weren't that big of a deal, all
I don't
things
care about
considering.
the fine.
Yeah, I added you. Would you be okay with giving 500 of your gold to Leoris?
Yes.
Nice.
Nice.
Yes, we weren't allowed to leave town until we paid the fine, and it was 500 per person involved.
In the first incident.
We were all like, "Ahaha, chump change."
And all of my money is in diamonds to resurrect people.
The murdering of guild members, even in a self-defense situation, was completely wiped clean under the full prosecution of Prexin in the second court issue that would have to go forward. But he's dead.
I wasn't even resisting it. He tried to murder me.
Yeah, look, one of those guys committed suicide.
Yeah, he tried.
Another one was brought back to life.
Damn, I can't believe Praxton committed suicide in his cell.
Crazy.
Crazy.
So, obviously, you all have your equipment, things that you would like to buy. You can, obviously, for the travel between, obviously, rations, mundane items like that are easy enough. Get your diamonds as well, Leors. You can easily find those at various jewelers throughout the city. And as you are getting ready to leave, wagons packed up and getting towards the edge of Zunwell, you see a troop of paladins quickly riding out on horseback. See about what seems to be, you think about 8 paladins swiftly riding westward.
Huh.
West.
So I guess they're going the same direction we are.
Yeah, towards Strath.
I made good friends with them this morning. Hey, Chase.
Chase or follow? Close.
No, on horseback. I want to catch up to them, and while riding alongside, just chuck a quick, what's going on?
We have a lead. We don't have any time to waste. And with that,
Godspeed.
They're at full gallant going.
Yeah, I'll turn around and return. Well, they're already going the wrong way.
But they're definitely heading towards Stratham.
Yeah, alright.
Did you ask them what the lead was about? It could be entirely different.
I mean, there was one thing that happened today. I will boldly assume.
Hey, he's up the tree.
There's a cat in a tree at Stratham. The Zonwell Paladins will rescue it.
I will smite this tree down.
Fire rescue paladin.
Got him, boys.
What about my cat? What about your cat?
So
I said we got it.
that's a good spot to leave off.
Smite evil.
As you guys are leaving Zonwell and heading to Stratham.
That's fun.
Nice.
If they weren't in such a hurry, I'd be like, hey, free escort.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think we can go that fast.
No,
Yeah,
not with
probably
a
not.
card.
No.
Especially not for the paladins, because they're not normal horses. Those are all summoned horses.
Oh, God.
Oh, yeah. Fine steeds.
Josh, something to think about that I just thought of.
Mm-hmm.
If Warforged are all treated as tools, why wouldn't they make some that are like horses for really rich people?
Because those are skilled artisans' crafts, as well as the fact of making that much metal for something that's a mindless beast seems like a waste.
Doesn't have to be mindless, though.
Just make a car, lol.
Yeah, literally just. That's
Yeah.
actually a good point.
You're gonna spend that much metal on a huge thing.
Yeah,
to make it a car.
we barely have robot dogs as it is.
Does that mean that you could make a sports car Warforged to drive?
Hell yeah.
Also,
It's
everyone.
just Lightning McQueen.
Also, everyone gets 3,000 XP.
3,000.
Nice.
We should go to court more often.
Commit more crimes.
I don't.
boys.
Wait.
Okay, you got
Wait,
it.
let's hang out and do crimes.
You got a line of crimes they want to do.
Line of crimes. Lime crime.
It's so fucking hilarious to me that Proxim was like, nah, fuck this shit, and ran away, and then got killed.
I gave him the question, which is, do you, are you doing your job in line with the way that you're supposed to for the good of the public, or are you just lining your pockets? And he couldn't answer.
Oh,
Yes. Yeah, there was a truth crystal on the podium, and he was hover-handing it, and we spotted it, and we made him touch his hands down on it, and then he was fucked.
Yeah, as soon as he had to touch the crystal, he was fucked.
Hell yeah.
Justice.
Well, he shouldn't have brought us to court. He probably thought that was a much better idea.
Justice, and then some, because he's fucking dead.
I'm so happy. Did we get to kill him, or is he just dead?
In a way, yes.
He committed suicide in his cell while we were all asleep.
Or was it like suicide by cop?
None of the police officers were involved in the attack.
Yeah. Luke.
Okay, good.
Yo.
Have you eaten dinner?
No.
You want pizza?
Yes.
I want pizza.
Yes.
You want pizza? We're
Yeah.
gonna get some King of Kebab's pizza.
Yeah, and can Dan come pick me up?
He's also asking if Dan can come pick him up.
I want some pizza.
No, we're drinking. But Dan's arranged. Dan has arranged for Carmel or Dave to drop him at
Dan can't, but she's arranged for Carmel to drop you off here.
I want pizza.
Call Dan a fucking alcoholic.
now, so it'll be.
Oh, I want some
Dan,
pizza.
Luke says you're an alcoholic!
I wanna.
I don't think you're getting any, Neil.
He's right!
I want some pizza.
I'm gonna order pizza now. So he was
Okay.
You want, like, meat lovers or something? It's gonna be King of Kebab's pizza.
I want a drink too.
Those are kebabs, not pizza.
There's kebabs on the pizza.
Yeah,
They're
the
not
pizza
kebabs.
kebab. You roll the
Yeah.
kebab pizza up. You roll the pizza kebab. Yes. Do you want meat lovers?
It's like a kebab, but it's a pizza.
Look, answer the question!
Yes, meat lovers.
Yes, meat lovers.
Yeah, Neil, it wasn't suicide by cop. It was, he just kept walking into this hellfire dagger that was in his room.
Yeah, repeatedly.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Damn.
Tragically, now he lives in hell and he's a
Man,
loner.
I remember that a certain other person bought that hellfire dagger.
Weird
That's
that
crazy.
Yeah.
the Lane who owns it, was still in the castle when he was murdered with it.
Yeah, it's crazy, dude.
Yeah.
Strange.
Yeah, that's really weird.
It's like
I
they
can't
were
believe
in...
she mysteriously lost her dagger.
Dude, it's like they were in cahoots. I don't believe that for a
I
second.
don't know. She
That's what it looks like.
mysteriously lost her dagger. Okay.
Stop being a fucking conspiracy theorist.
Some crazy.
Look, I'm
crazy things
sorry.
being thrown around here.
Completely unrelated incident.
Yeah, on an unrelated note, Cal had to leave.
Yeah, well, he's got to find his sister. Okay, that's
reasonable.
That's the only reason why he had to go, and none other.
You reckon we can make some conspiracy theories about those two towers in Bymore?
What? Wait, no,
Oh, no.
don't do that.
It's twin towers.
Wait, those twin towers.
No, wait.
Guys, get out the big magic carpet. We have a job to do.
Wait,
That's what we
hang on.
needed for.
Zircon was getting the carpet for.
Oh my god, that event only happened because the driver was blind, and it was Zircon.
Like
Zircon accidentally
here, then
9/11.
here, then here, and then I don't know, here maybe, and then here, go up here. And he's
Zircon's
freaking
like-
check on his home, and then we go to here and we're like, right, Got to teleport to Stratton when you need to pick up an important package.
Excuse me, sir. The ministry's home is over here.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, but like your ancestral home.
Fuck, I don't want to see that place.
You don't want to go to Groshbon?
That's where the
You wanna-
T-Rexes are.
Do you want to
dude.
go to
Sounds like a-
Tree Hell? What is this?
That sounds like a terrible idea. I don't
It's
want to go
the
there.
forest
without
of
my
extinction.
Why don't you want to go to Groshbon? It's a great place.
Mum left for a reason?
Yeah, because it was just too good for.
The dwarves be like, we want wood,
Look at sick no man's
but they
land.
don't go here.
Look at that.
Yeah. What's up with the no man's land?
Yeah, it's really interesting how there's multiple towers there and a big ass city that keeps all this shit in here.
Twin Towers?
Dwarfs.
Oh, not
You want
again.
wood, yet
No,
you
no, no.
don't
It's
harvest
Zircon?
don't worry, don't worry. There's a third tower.
I can't believe 9/11 was an inside job.
By Zircon.
And mental orchestrated
Josh.
the destruction of the Twin Towers.
Josh, just have another tower over here.
No. That one,
Why
they
that?
don't worry about that.
Like tower.
Oh, look.
This
But
was
what's-
put here
what-
Landmass goes off the side of the map.
What's all
Where,
this?
where does this go?
Where does it go?
And what is that? What's that little tent? What's that little camp?
Yeah, what
If
is
you walk
it?
this way, do
What is
you
that?
appear on the other side?
No, you're off the
In
edge
the
of the
ocean.
map now.
No,
Here,
you
there's
appear on the other side
monsters.
like Pac-Man.
Also, the reason why this tower here is because of this.
What about this exact tree?
What?
This exact tree is a tree.
What about this one in the middle of them all?
That one, it got peed on recently by a dinosaur.
Oh shit!
Nice.
I gotta pee back on it.
God,
just
I
to,
wish
like,
that were me.
assert dominance. Hey, hold up.
Wait.
Alright. I'll be at yours soon.
Okay.
There you go.
Rock his
Bye.
ass.
Yeah.
Rockefeller.
So here's the plan. Take him out.
Take him out. That's it.
Take him out.
Remember, no common.
No undercommon.
Yeah, you should be at 53,203.
Remember, no
I swear I
dwarfish.
had the same as, like, all four of you.
No, you didn't. You were 500 behind. Jesse was 1,000 behind.
Well, hey, wait. Are you at? Yeah, you're at 53 to yeah. I'm good now. I'm right. I'm sick.
Yeah.
I'm awesome. How are you?
Fully sick cunt.
Tired.
I'm kind of hungry, to be honest.
Same
You
here.
wanna eat this dick?
Yes.
Yeah,
come here.
sure, why not?